And she gets the panel next to me.
Hey,
Hi,
man.
baby.
So jelly. We're neighbors.
You
Well,
should
technically,
be.
she's next to me too.
Well,
Hi,
okay.
baby.
Technically, she's underneath you.
Technically, she's underneath you.
I'm just saying. I'm winning then.
Depends on what you're into, I guess.
I ain't mad about it.
D&D. So,
Wait, where's my
Already going
mask?
so well.
Where's my mask?
No.
God damn it, yeah, that's a thing that exists now.
Mm-mm. Not that I will acknowledge.
I'm sorry, we're good.
Anyways, so last we left our heroes, they had left the Silver City and had headed in, via teleporter, a very expensive teleporter, teleportation circle, and they ended up in the city of White Rock, the Citadel. Here, they hoped to find a way to enter the Boreal Vale, where they had heard dark things had been going down, and they were hoping to stomp it all out before things get really bad. They had previously encountered a set of cultists in the Salda Forest, where they met Lady Andalia. It sounds as though something similar is going on in the forest to the north, in the Boreal Vale. Supposedly, as they were told by one of the underlings, there's an attempt to summon the Dark Overlord of ancient times, of myth, Kassan. Now, none of them knowing much about him other than that he's bad news, decided maybe for the good of the world, they should probably get on up there, since nobody else seems to be doing anything about it. And if there is in fact a link to this, and there's an attempt to resurrect Kassan, that they should probably put an end to that post haste. So that is currently where they're headed. As they reached White Rock, they gave a look around the city. Bless you.
Thanks.
Finding passage aboard a ship called the Bawdy Girl, whose captain, Varlin Stonehammer, is a bit of an eccentric fellow, used to be an adventurer himself. He seemed to not want to take adventures on due to some past incidents, but he agreed after some persuasion rolls from our overly overpowered Mercy. But yeah,
we're eccentric, but
they then went to go check out the temple as they waited for nightfall to finish up any last errands in the city before heading back to the ship at the end of the night, as they were set to take off in the morning. Anything else you guys think that's pertinent details? I think that's pretty well it. You guys basically got to the top of the ship, found out you don't have a party name, and then that's basically where we still don't. And that is where we that's where we ended.
not for lack of trying.
Yes, not for.
Yeah, it's gonna be all you. It's gonna be all you.
All me.
Yeah,
Challenge accepted.
I figured.
Oh, you know what we should have done? We should have had Rain turn his camera off in case he does every 50% of the time, in case he crashes. Every 50% of the time.
50% of the time, it
Wait,
crashes
what?
every time.
Rain's computer crashes. I don't know why. He needs to buy a better one, I guess. I don't know. In any case, we're gonna get started. So, you guys having just talked to Varlin.
Look at your thing.
You guys having talked to Varlin aboard the Bawdy Girl. It is the evening. The sun is setting. What are you guys doing? He basically says that he mentions the group name thing. He mentioned that he was keeping track of things in his journal just because he's an old guy, but he's at this point kind of walked away from the rest of you, leaving you on the deck. What is everybody doing?
I'm gonna explore the ship.
Okay. Are you in what way? Like, just the top of the ship? You going below deck? What are you doing?
I'll go below deck. Why not? I've
Sure.
seen upstairs already.
So yeah, as you head down, it appears to be made of very fine woods all the way through. Being that it is an airship, it does afford it a little bit of a different shape than if it were purely a water vessel. It appears as though they have quite a bit of room below deck compared to a lot of ships. This ship is significantly larger than, maybe not significantly larger, but a good bit larger than the average ship. As you look, there's a enormous cargo hold. But more impressive than that, it appears that each person on board, including the crew, for the most part, seems to have their own small cabin. It's not anything glorious, but they appear to each have their own small living space rather than having to like bunk up significantly like you do a lot of the times. So the crew seems to have a little bit of private space. That seems to be why maybe when you talk to some of them, they seemed a little happier than a lot of other sailors you might have encountered in the past. They do, as you continue to explore further along, you find a small mess hall. It's not huge, probably seats about 8 people at a time. But the fact that it has like a kitchen side like amenity at all seems pretty nice. Outside of that, it seems like a very cozy ship, almost like it's almost kind of luxury, but it seems to be being used largely to transport cargo and make lots of money. So back up top, what is the rest of everybody else doing? You guys doing anything, or you just
No, not really. I mean, I think Ness would just, considering, everything at the temple and all that sort of stuff, spending some time in quiet reflection. Also, never seen really the sea before, and little distracted by other things, but having like a quiet moment to like stand at the edge of the boat and look out on the ocean and reflect.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just kind of go up to the front and just kind of lean on the rail for a second and just look out as the sun is just disappearing over the horizon, leaving, a nice, beautiful reflection. It's very, very nice. It's the first time you've ever having seen the ocean. It's a good sunset's not a bad time to catch it.
Sure. Yeah.
The rest of you, as you kind of are milling about atop the deck, you hear the captain kind of starting to, seems to be kind of like gesticulating, yelling a bit at somebody, as his first mate appears to have disturbed him. He says, "What? You hear him calm down. I asked to not be disturbed at this time. What can I help you with?" He says, "Well, Captain, there's some people who were very insistent upon coming aboard, and they said that they had something that you would wish to see." You hear a heavy sigh as you hear now the door shut behind him as he exits his cabin and heads down the gangplank down to the pier, or the dock there. You hear a little bit of conversation, and what starts out as kind of an angry kind of murmur and grumble slowly turns into an exasperated well, they better be paying good this time is all I can say. And as you... So who's still up top? It would be Dragathiel, Mercy,
Yep.
and Rain's probably at the front somewhere. The two of you, Dragathiel and Mercy, as you're kind of just milling about top of the deck there, you suddenly hear the captain as he his heavy footfalls carry up the gangplank there. Says, "Well, I hope you all don't mind. We may have to get a little cozy. There's going to be 3 more guests joining us on our journey north. So if the few of you don't mind, we can add a hammock to one of the cabins so that 2 of you can fit in the same place. But it sounds as though they're going on a much similar sort of quest as you, so I thought maybe you all could get to know each other. But I'm going back to sleep." And so he kind of, at this point, kind of heads back to his cabin. And coming up onto the top of the deck, you first see a very, steely-eyed, steel-faced, very striking woman with jet black hair. She appears to be a half-elf. On her side are 2 kind of long scimitars. She's dressed in leather. Behind her, do you want to describe yourself, Alistair? No.
Oh, I like your description.
Go ahead. What does Alistair
No,
look like?
No, I don't
Give it a
want to.
shot.
No, please, just give me a minute to
You see behind her a very striking young man. He appears to be, as Mercy, as you kind of take him in, you almost get a little jealous. He's almost, in your mind, almost as good looking as you. As he kind of steps up with his rather nice, sharp features and his well-kept hair. Wearing a similar sort of situation, some basic leathers. They look to be kind of tan leathers. Again, well-kept, but nothing as fancy as what you're wearing. But he carries himself with a very nice air of kind of confidence as he kind of looks around the ship at each person in turn. Following that person, there's a very large, bald male with a ginger beard, who steps up the ship behind them, and he just appears to be muscled out of his mind. But as you kind of look at his eyes, not the smartest cookie, as you kind of take a closer look at him. But as these three people join you atop the deck, you all kind of facing each other awkwardly, standing there, Mercy and Dragathiel. What are you guys doing?
I look at Dragathiel, and I just get a load of these weirdos, huh?
They're about 5 feet from you, by the way.
Hi, welcome aboard. My name is Mercy.
I'm Dragathiel.
Hi, my name is Risa, and this is Vord, and this is my newest companion, Alistair. And she kind of gives a bow, but keeps her eyes on you the whole time.
I don't bow. I just stand there and stare at him.
I'm gonna stare back, like a challenge.
I'm just gonna look between the two of them.
At this point, the guy behind him, Vord, is just kind of like looking around, just scratching his face. He seems to not really care why he's there. Seems like he's a tough guy, but as you look at the three of them, at the very least right now, Risa seems to kind of be the leader of the three. So, what are you guys doing?
So, what brings you to aboard this this vessel?
We are on our way to the Boreal Vale, I say, even though she's in charge.
She just kind of crosses her arms, content to let you speak.
Because this is clearly a thing between Mercy and I.
What are you looking for in the Boreal Vale?
That is our business, not yours.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Where are you headed and why?
Boreal Vale and reasons.
Risa kind of says, well,
Excellent.
I'm glad to see that these two are getting along. She looks at you, Dragathiel, and she puts out her hand and says, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Hi, I'm Dragathiel.
It's great to meet you. I think we could all help each other. We're going same direction, it sounds like.
Oh?
Yes, I'm sorry about my companion, but we're from the Dragon Ward Guild, and we're here to take care of some business, some dark things going on in the forest, I hear.
Sounds oddly familiar. Where have I heard that before? I think that's what we're doing.
Oh, well, that is very convenient. Perhaps we should work together then. Obviously, it's going to be better to have the 7 of us rather than just 3 or 4.
Yeah, absolutely. The more the merrier. Don't get in my way, because I'm big and I can sometimes be clumsy and I can't control my power, so, be careful.
At this point, the big guy goes, "You're not very big."
Take another look.
Punch him in the gut.
Do what?
I'm punching him
Okay,
in the gut.
Go ahead.
Oh God. Dragathiel.
Roll to hit.
Let's see.
I should also note, Mercy, the entire time he
19.
He quickly glances at her. Yeah, that hits. He quickly glances at her, but then he seems to be staring at you almost the entire time he says this.
Who, Vord?
Mm-hmm.
3D.
Like talking to me about her size.
No, he just glanced at her. He's like, she's small, and then just continued to stare at you. So 3 damage. So as you go up and kind of punch him in the stomach, he's like, He looks at Risa and says, "Could I wrestle, or am I not allowed to do that right now?" No, this is not the appropriate time. He kind of, you see, like, there's a small, like, he kind of, like, lifts up his shirt to, like, look at his stomach, and there's, like, a little red mark. He's like, "She hits pretty good for a little person." At this point, Risa kind of like glances around the deck, seeming to like take note of who all is up there. She says, well, if that will be all, I'm going to retire for the evening, shall we? And she kind of looks at her two companions. And Vor's just like, okay. What are you doing? Alistair, are you staying up there?
Yes, I think I will. And I want to get my bearings on the ship and sort of figure out the ins and outs on the upper deck before I go anywhere else.
Okay. Risa kind of looks at you as you hesitate and she says, all right, just, well, our journey will be hard, so make sure you get your rest. And she kind of just gives you a squinty-eyed look as she steps away to head below deck. At this point, with the sun setting, Ness, it kind of has dropped below the horizon, and as darkness now really begins to take over, just a tiny bit of moonlight has begun to creep out from behind some of the clouds, leaving you guys with just a bit of a soft glow, but otherwise it's very much nighttime.
I'm gonna join Dragathiel and Mercy.
Okay.
Have I found a room for me to sleep in yet?
Oh yeah.
When I'm looking?
As you've kind of been walking around, so there's two twins that you found. As they kind of approach, she says, "Oh, are you new on the ship?"
Yes, I am. Hi, I'm Bate.
Ah, hi. It's nice to meet you. So, I noticed you're just kind of. Was you looking for something in particular?
I was just looking for where my quarters are. And I'm sorry, your name is?
Oh, so there's two of them, and they are identical.
Your names are?
They both answer at the same time. One of them goes Kip, and the other one goes Kep.
Kip and Kep?
They say it at the same time. Yes. And they kind of look at each other like, I was supposed to answer first. We agreed that last time we spoke that I would answer. No, and they start going back and forth for a second. And
you
then
guys answering at the same time is fantastic.
And then they look at you and they look back at each other and they go and play rock, paper, scissors. And Kip's like, you see? That's why I'm the smarter one. And so he looks at you and says, so, I'm sorry. What was it you were doing?
I was just looking for my quarters.
Oh, of course. So I think the captain, there should be plenty. We usually keep our guest cabins towards the front, so just follow me, and he kind of leads you. And they have about 6. Actually, they have 6. Yeah, they have 6 rooms. They're relatively small. It's basically you open a door. It's kind of like a closet with a bed, and there's a little bit extra space, but it's private. So.
Okay. Just gonna wheedle my way into the nicest one I find.
They're all identical.
Okay. Then probably the one closest to the stairs.
Like the exit. Okay, very good. So you make your way into the one that's closest to the stairs, which is the. It's basically the first one you come upon, actually.
Perfect.
So yeah, you make your way in. They say, "Can we get you anything?" Or, and you see them kind of like shoving each other out of the way, like in the door frame.
Oh, you guys are so sweet. I'm good for now, thank you.
He says, she was talking to me. As they kind of look, he says, all right, well, if you need anything, just ask for Kip. And the other one leans around the corner, says, Kip. As they kind of leave you in relative, there's just basically a very small sunstone kind of illuminating your room as they kind of walk away, leaving you back up on deck. Everybody else, you see the crew has already begun, like they've begun kind of getting things just kind of tidied up and wrapped up before they head out. It sounds like it's only going to be a few hours. They're probably going to leave relatively early in the morning. As you see them kind of rushing around, getting things tidied up, stowing away the last bit of provisions and supplies. However, a lot of them have already, it appears like, gone below deck to settle in for the night, as has the captain, leaving the 4 of you actually, up on deck still. What are you guys doing?
Ness, this is our new friend, Alistair. Correct? Alistair?
Indeed.
Alistair, this is Ness.
Nice to meet you. Why? You guys look sour.
It's been a long day.
I can certainly relate to that.
Okay. I'm just going to assume that our new friends are maybe not our new friends. Is that what you guys are trying to say to me?
I run to the front of the ship and just yell out into the ocean, "Next time I'm gonna hit you right in the face!"
I like her.
That's because you're scared. I know it.
You guys see as Dragathiel runs to the front of the ship, just screaming incessantly, off into the darkness of the evening.
I like
So
her a lot.
there was hitting.
Yes.
There was a
Yes.
misunderstanding on size. My friend was mistaken about your friend's size.
That will happen, won't it?
Mhm.
Well, it has been a long day. If it's all the same to you, I'm going to turn in for the night. Very lovely to meet you.
Likewise, looking forward to more in the morning.
I'm gonna
Alright.
find a place to crash.
Yeah, it doesn't take you long. You manage to find a bunk down there. As you get down, you see Batey appears to have already, as a few doors are open. 3 of them appear to be closed at this point, as the previous 2 companions of Alistair appear to have each taken a room, leaving just 3 more open, and 4 people to go in them currently.
How many us 4 need to fit in? How many did you say?
So basically, it sounded like at least one of you would need to kind of grab like a hammock to hang in a room with one of the others.
Seeing as we are the newest arrivals to the ship, I wouldn't want to put anyone out. So I'd be happy sleeping in a hammock or on the floor or wherever.
Great. Sounds good to me.
And am I watching this?
No, you're below deck.
My door's. Oh, I thought they were coming
No,
downstairs.
they're still
okay.
up top at this point. yeah.
Okay, never mind.
So leaving, if the 3 of you then do want to head down, that's just
Alistair,
okay.
I
So
have a question. What's Tubby's name?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Vord is his name.
Ward.
Mm.
I just need it to help fuel my rage,
I understand.
so I know who to curse in the night.
I understand.
So as you all head downstairs, then Star, I assume Alistair would probably just probably bunk in the same room as Risa or Vord. Probably Risa, because she's smaller.
Yeah.
Okay, so you grab a hammock and manage to make your way in there and get that set up.
Sounds good.
At this point, can the rest of you, other than Starling, can you mute yourselves for a second, or mute your headphones, or take them off, or whatever, for just a second?
Me?
Yeah, everybody except for Star.
Oh.
So, as you kind of like finish setting up, Risa's kind of sitting on the bed with her arms crossed. She says, "So, we found him."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so far so good. But I think we got to be careful about this because they clearly are. They're not. There are 4 of them, and they at least a couple of them are not completed idiots.
Yes.
So.
I got that impression as well. So, I have been trying to let you take the lead on this one. I do want to point out that we have to contend with the crew, potentially as well.
Mm.
So what is your suggestion?
My suggestion is that we wait. I think the best way to play this, you hired me for a reason. The best way to play this is to accumulate more information and wait for a more opportune moment. I know that you and Vord are used to doing things, quick and dirty, but I'm not. I do things right the first time, and we only get 1 try. So.
Well, you don't always have to lump me in with Vord. I like to think that I do things the right way, but if you say patience, then this time we shall be patient.
I do.
So, are we waiting until we arrive at port, or what is the plan? She says, I have gathered from the captain this is an airship, so once we take off, it might be quite difficult to find our way off safely with young Mercy.
Indeed. Do I know how long is this journey taking?
The captain would have told you guys it's probably going to take you just a little over a day, which is why you're leaving really early. So you'll basically be traveling the entirety of the next day and then arrive early in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, we wait until we board. We wait until we arrive. There's no sense in trying to rush this, and I'm not confident that we have an accurate assessment of everything that they have in their skill sets that they could potentially use against us in defending him.
All right. I mean, he just seems, I don't know. He's very pretty, but I don't know. That usually hasn't meant much in the past. I've killed a lot of pretty men.
I believe you. Well, we're not aiming to kill here, is the point. If it were something like that, we could certainly just off him in the night, but we need to deliver him back to his mother. So it's a different type of job.
All right.
And we got to play it differently.
We will do it your way.
But
yes.
But we have to get there in one piece in order to do that. So we've got to have Vord reel it in and maybe make amends for the way that we were introduced this evening.
Yes, I will. I'll leave that in your good hands. I think I may follow up with the tiefling. He seems to be the more perceptive of the bunch.
Indeed, I think that is a wise choice.
She kind of gives you a nod. She says, well, I do want to be at my most clever tomorrow, so I think I'm going to turn in. And you see her kind of lay down the bunk. She says, but if you're willing to join me, she kind of gives you an eye.
Work first, play later.
One day that excuse is not going to work anymore.
We'll see.
So. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Put your earphones in. Ty, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, Ty's busy doing other stuff.
Ty in his own world.
I know. I was doing the same thing.
I shouldn't be left alone with my thoughts. It's
I was doing the same thing.
Also.
So, the rest of the evening, is there anything anybody wants to do before they go to bed? As you've all kind of found your cabins, found your bunks, and have kind of taken your things and put your possessions, kind of stored them in your room. Is anybody doing anything before you settle in for the night?
I'm going to fold up and carry the Bate's cloak that she let me borrow over to her room.
Okay. So, Bate, there's just a little bit of a knock at your door.
Hello?
Hey, it's just me.
Oh, hi.
I'm just sorry, I don't know if I woke you. I just wanted to return the cloak. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me borrow it.
Oh, no problem, man.
It's nice and warm.
Hey.
I'm not kidding.
I mean, I couldn't help but notice that, like, you're hiding yourself?
Well, I mean, I had been to that town before. You just never know who's lurking around. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here if you need me. You know that.
How are you holding up?
I'm just so angry. I just want to blow everything up.
Well, thanks for not blowing everything up.
Yeah. I don't know. The Selena thing just has been eating me alive. But it'll pass.
Take solace in the fact we'll find her again, and then you can punch her a lot.
I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll lose my memory again, and then it won't matter. Apparently it happened before, right? Who knows? Sorry. I'm a little pessimistic right now.
I'll just chalk it up to dark humor.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me know if you need it again.
Of course. Thank you. And again, I'm here if you need anything.
Yeah. How are you doing with the sword?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm a little hesitant to fall asleep. But I still it's weird. I want to commune with it more, so I want to sleep. So it's weird, It's like this.
You're scared of what you'll see, but you still want to see it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
It's kind of how I feel about my memory.
Wow. I mean, if you've been dealing with this feeling for much longer, I'm sorry. That's not easy.
It's the same thing that you said to me. I'm gonna say to you. It's who you are. You're gonna see things. You're gonna learn things, but it's you know who you are, and that's what matters. You put that sword down. You did it. That was amazing.
But
You don't have to do it again. I'm just saying. I know how it affects you, but that was amazing.
It was wrong. Sam Bate cost something to put that down. I don't know.
Who you are. One. Don't forget that.
I don't want. This isn't something I didn't feel like I won.
And I'm sure the sword wouldn't want you to think you won.
But what if I agree with the sword?
Well, let me know who we're gonna kill.
Can always count on you, Betsy.
All right, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, I should do the same. Thank you.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Okay. Very good. So at this point, everybody kind of makes their way to their individual rooms, sets up for the evening. And a few hours later, you guys who are all sleeping at this point, you do just suddenly feel like just this change in momentum as the ship begins to leave the port. And then not but maybe 30 minutes after that, you're awoken again slightly as you feel it kind of lift from the water, kind of keep getting a little bit of a sinking sensation in your stomach as it begins to rise into the air. But at this point, it's still relatively peaceful. The sounds of below the deck, just a little bit of water, and then you just the occasional like rush of air as it kind of goes down the stairs and fills the deck below a bit. But otherwise, it's relatively peaceful. As you continue on, a few hours later, it now is morning, and as you guys awaken, you kind of take a look out like the little curtain in your port, now seeing a little bit of light creeping through. You don't see much other than clouds, and as you kind of look down a little bit, you see a little bit of water below. It's just kind of difficult to see through the clouds that are passing by, but you guys seem to be very much in the air. And for those of you who haven't flown, which I think is all of you, it's a very odd sensation to be this high up. Even those of you who have maybe been spellcasters probably have never even flown through spell power before. It's a very off-putting sensation. I want everybody to roll me a Constitution check real quick.
I don't know how to do that.
So roll a d20.
But where?
Oh, and so in tabletop simulator, yeah. So this is
okay. Yeah.
So if you go and grab a die, you can just grab it and press R.
Yeah. Okay. I'm like working on moving. Oh, hi. Okay, I see your little red hand. Okay, I do this and I grab it and then I. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Oh.
And then after you've rolled, check your. I think your Constitution is 0, so I think you've got a grand total of 7. Excellent. So everybody else, what did you get?
17.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
3.
You're muted, Crick.
Let me roll for, I think.
Continue to be muted. Yes.
Hi.
You are, though. You were.
Oh,
until
you're.
just then.
It's not. Your noise gate was probably blocking you out. You're just a little quiet.
16.
Okay, so Alistair, Mercy, and Vord, you all feel kind of a weird, it's not quite seasickness, but it's akin to that as the sensation of being really high. It's just really making you guys a little wobbly. You're not used to the sensation. As you go throughout this day, at least till the end of this day, you guys are going to have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws and checks. But otherwise, it's just, you just don't feel great. You feel a little woozy. As you all kind of go above deck, you guys, Mercy and Mercy and Alistair, as you guys go above deck, you see Vord kind of hanging over the side, throwing up. You guys have a feeling he's not doing great either. He rolled a 2, by the way, so he seems to not be handling it any better than you guys. You guys are
Poor
just
buddy.
barely kind of keeping your food down from the night before, but you're managing.
What a whip.
This
A
is
wimp.
awesome. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Decidedly not. Have you all traveled like this before?
Oh, but it's awesome.
It's pretty.
It is
Totally
pretty.
run to the front of the ship right now and be like,
You free to do so, yeah.
he's gonna do it.
You guys see Bate seems to be excited. She runs to the front of the ship. You see a few of the workers going about their business, with Killy up in the crow's nest, kind of just keeping a lookout over the horizon as you guys travel along further north towards the Boreal Vale. However, you don't see much from where you are now. As you really, actually, what's everybody's passive perception? Just for reference.
16
16. Okay.
15.
probably be the highest. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
12.
anybody.
At 14.
Okay. So it takes a few of you a little longer than others, but as you kind of look, you can just see kind of through the bit of cloud cover you guys are kind of passing through right now. You can just see off to your right, just the edge of the shoreline, kind of some cliffs and various different bits of trees and landscape that are kind of, as you are passing along the rest of the day, just what appears to be the last bits of Listoria as you guys are going to the very tip, the very northern part of Listoria, where it meets the border of Valarin. The day mostly goes uneventful as the three of you who are sick kind of have a hard time or trying more to focus on just getting better, while everybody else appears to be kind of walking around having a good time, enjoying the fresh air, and kind of, for the rest of you in the party, enjoying one of your first true days of real rest in a long time. As you're kind of enjoying the sights, Ness, Risa kind of makes her way up to you and leans on, just leans on the railing and says, "So, tell me, you seem like an interesting character. Where are you from?"
Aurora.
Oh, very nice. Posh kind of city.
Yeah. In places.
Yes, well, it, certainly the worst of places there, probably, better than a lot of other places in the world, I'm sure.
I haven't seen all the other places. Couldn't tell you for sure.
So what do you do? You seem to be a holy man.
Did you just ask a question and then answer it?
Well, I don't know what you do. Some people, I know plenty of people who have taken the guise of a holy man and then ravaging murderers, but
As have I. Never mind. Yes, I am a holy man.
Oh, and who's it you pray to?
Yua.
Ah, good. Doesn't get much gooder than that.
I like to think so. Glad you think so. What takes you to the Vale?
Well, we
Ness, by the way.
Ness.
Apologies for my manner. It's been...
She kind of holds out her hand. She goes, "I am Risa, if you didn't catch it earlier."
I did not. It's a pleasure.
Well, it is good to meet you. Yes, we've been sent by the Dragon Ward Guild to investigate things in the north, as there's apparently a bit of trouble going on, but it seems as though you're doing the same thing. Has somebody sent you as well?
Real quick, would I know what the Dragon Ward Guild is?
Let's see. Roll me a history check.
That's trash. 9.
You recognize the name just from some of the books you read in the past. You don't remember exactly who they are or what they did, other than they were, at least historically, a significant group. In recent day, they may have diminished a bit in their power or reach, but it's kind of hard to tell because you don't immediately recognize who they are.
What sort of trouble were you looking into?
Well, we don't quite know. We've had all sorts of different reports coming in of dark and terrible things, but well, it's kind of our job to take a look at these things.
Interesting. We also are, my companions and I, looking into dark and mysterious things.
That is a coincidence indeed.
I suspect not.
Oh,
I suspect not. Perhaps coincidence that we're both on this airship. The mechanism,
I see.
I can't even begin to understand.
Well,
but
Yua works in
certainly
mysterious ways, so perhaps it
It's
is
true.
fate.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is. There's no telling that you investigate the same things or your reports are the same thing as our experience. But if your aim is to defeat whatever darkness there is in the veil, then we can find ourselves friends very, very quickly.
Well, then, it is nice to have new friends.
Indeed.
And she just kind of gives you a quick nod and says, well, I've got to go check on Ford. He was not doing too well.
Yes, you might. I heard. I'm assuming from demeanor that he may have said something about my companion's size, and I'm sure that he can handle himself, but I wouldn't want to get into a scuffle up here.
Yes, I spoke with him this morning, and as soon as he's able, he is going to deliver a heartfelt apology and see that everything goes smoothly from here on out. So do not worry, I will take care of it.
Excellent to hear.
She kind of gives you a nod and says, and if you need me for any reason, I'm at your service.
Likewise.
So she gives you a nod and walks away, leaving you there. Kind of goes over, you see as she kind of pats Vord on the back as he's still kind of leaning over, like just with his hand, just kind of holding his face as he seems to have finally finished releasing everything that was in the content of his stomach, and can't seem to throw up anymore. He seems to finally be getting his legs back under him.
Believe me, you can always throw up more.
I've been there. And as she kind of pats him on the back, she says, you kind of hear her just kind of talking to him. Vord, come. We must speak to the nice young woman. He's like, oh, but I don't feel good. Says, well, you know what? Maybe that will make it appear more sincere. At this point, Dragathiel, where are you right now?
I'm probably just looking at the water.
Okay. So on the other side of the ship, as you're kind of leaning down, looking straight down at the water. And can you give me a little more volume, by the way? That works. There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hear you hear a few footfalls coming up behind you as Ford and Risa approach you from behind. She says, well, Vord, didn't you have something you're going to say? Yeah. Well, say it. I wanted to tell the little woman that she's not so little at all, and that she's in fact very large, and that she seems really strong, and I am sorry for any offense. And I'll be happy to make any amends that she finds necessary. And she says, well, very good. I hope you've learned your lesson. And she kind of just gives you a look, Dragatha, and says, I hope that no offense was taken.
I'll be thinking about what he can do to fix it.
Very good. What was your name again? I'm sorry, Dragathiel, I think?
Yes.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. If you need anything of any of us, just let us know. And she kind of walks away at this point.
Can I have gone downstairs and grabbed some water for the two people that were sick and be on my way back up?
Sure.
That's what I'm.
Very good. And as you guys finally, at this point, as Bate, as you step back up to the top of the ship, the ship kind of finally bursts out of the relatively thick cloud cover that you guys had been flying in for a long time. As everything kind of becomes clear around you, you see in the distance as the sun is sparkling off the water, and you can kind of see clearly in the distance. It's far, but given how high up you are, you guys can see the trees of the Boreal Vale in the distance. At this point, it's a little past midday, but so you, Alistair and Mercy, as you guys are kind of trying to keep things together, Bate approaches the two of you with a couple mugs of water.
Yeah. Just, sorry you guys weren't exactly feeling your best. Thought maybe some water might help.
Thank you so much. Everything is terrible.
It hurts.
Oh, I'm
it
so
hurts.
sorry. It helps if you look forward and don't look to the sides.
Where is forward?
In the direction that we're.
Everything is spinning.
Just slow, deep breaths, slow sips of water.
I'm gonna chug the cup of water she gave me.
Okay.
Oh.
The two of you make another Constitution check now that it's midday to see if you manage to kind of if this remedy has helped.
Oh boy.
Remedy and tips have helped pull you out of your. Doesn't need to be 2. It's only. We'll see what
How
you
did
get.
I know that?
17.
I have to figure out how to like get around on this
No worries.
board.
No worries.
Where's the big one? Okay, wait, this guy.
The big one.
You can like
7
it's
again. Are
like-
you kidding?
It's WASD. I mean, you can navigate it.
I
like
know
you're-
it's still hard.
yeah.
There are like
Ah.
there's perspective and zooming and angles.
That's
and
true.
things.
So Mercy, you as you kind of down the water, you begin to
Shut up.
feel a little better. Your wooziness begins to kind of dissipate as you see Alistair still seems to be struggling a bit with it. As you're not feeling great yet, but you can feel that you've kind of gotten the hang of this whole flying ship thing.
Feeling better?
Mercy, is that
Yeah.
your name?
Yeah, it's Mercy.
Kill me. Bring me death, please.
Well, you asked for it.
That's the end. That's the end, guys. It's fun. Bye.
And roll for initiative.
But it crossed my mind very briefly that I could if I wanted to. Just with my hand on my sword. But I
And I take note.
but I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Could you perhaps ask your friend to find some more water if
Yeah.
it's not too much trouble?
Sure. I can run down.
Oh,
and grab
she's still
some.
there. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Try just looking in the direction that we're traveling, and not
Yeah.
to the sides.
Yeah,
Deep, slow breaths.
I'm like laying on the deck of the ship, right? Like I'm just like fucking out.
Yeah,
Like, this is the
basically just
worst.
kind of up against the bulkhead, just leaning against the. Yeah. Anyways, you're not
Alright.
you're not doing great.
Awesome.
Trying your best to keep from vomiting, but it certainly doesn't feel good.
I'm
I
gonna
know that feel like terrible hangover. Got it.
Yeah. Yes, Mercy.
extend a hand down and say, Alistair, it's probably best you get some fresh air on your face. Let's head up to the bow.
Okay. As he extends his hand down to you to help you up off the ground.
And I will take it.
Okay. As the two of you begin making your way forward, Risa kind of passes going the other direction and says, well, I'm glad to see that the two of you are getting along. I think you have a lot more in common other than just both being beautiful men. And she just kind of keeps walking. At this point, go ahead and make me a Constitution check again, or Constitution save. But do it with advantage as Mercy is helping you now. That means roll twice and take the bigger number.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm hitting 13 and
Okay.
14.
Okay. You're good to go. As he kind of helps you up to the front and the wind begins hitting your face and Bate approaches and gives you another drink of cool water, it takes you a second, but a few deep breaths and a little bit of relaxing and you kind of finally get your bearings.
I'm gonna go give the other mug to the giant dude.
Okay.
Haven't met them yet.
Yeah, he's kind of sitting at the back of the ship at this point. Similar, kind of right by where Alistair and Mercy had previously been sitting. So you're handing it to him?
Yeah. Well, I brought 2 back, right?
Okay, yeah.
Well, that was the plan. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll say you did. As you do, he takes it and he says, water?
Yeah. Drink it slowly.
Okay.
Um,
And
and-
Reese's like, oh, thank you. I appreciate your kindness.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, I'm Pate.
Ah, Risa, and she extends her hand, kind of shakes it. So, what brings you here?
We're heading to the Vale.
So I hear. We're doing the same.
Oh.
Yes.
What are you guys looking for in the Vale?
Well, sounds as though we may be headed the same direction. We heard there's trouble in the east of the forest, and one of the easiest ways that we know to get in is from here, and a lot of the foot traffic and traffic on the roads is being permanently halted. So we're hoping if we enter from this side, we should hopefully make some good headway.
Makes sense. How did you guys know there was trouble over there? I mean, we just kind of fell into it by accident.
Well, yes, the guild kind of knows these things, and we're sent to check it out, and if things are worse than we can handle, then we are to report back, and that's kind of our job.
Cool.
And preferably not die in the process.
Yeah, it's always preferable to stay alive.
Yes.
Well, it's nice to meet you. I hope your friend's feeling better.
Thank you. I hope that your friend is as well.
I think he's doing all right.
She kind of gives you a nod and pats him on the head as he's kind of like this large human male just kind of like rolled into a ball, just kind of like rocking back and forth a bit. So, Bate, what are you doing then?
I'm gonna go back and hang out with Mercy.
Okay. While she was doing this, Mercy, are you and Alistair doing anything back at the front of the ship?
I'm just staring straight ahead and taking in the image of the trees finally, because I had not had the chance yet. Now that I'm feeling better,
And I have been getting my bearings, obviously, and I turn to him and I say, "It's one thing to be kind to your friends in their time of need. It's quite another to be kind to a stranger, and more so one that you don't like. So I appreciate you taking the time to help me."
I mean, yeah. I can be quite emotional. So if there was any indication that I didn't like you, it was unintentional.
But accurate.
I'd say a little bit.
Fair enough. I have that effect on people. Is Bate back with us now?
You see her approaching.
Okay.
But she's not quite there yet. You see that she's just now kind of given the water over to the person, and she's kind of, as you kind of glance back the ship, you see her kind of talking, but she's just beginning to start. It'll take her, another minute to make it back up there.
I think Risa might have been right that we have more in common than perhaps we originally thought.
I have that effect on people is something I say a lot. It's funny that you'd say that.
Well, I suppose we'll find out. But I didn't get your friend's name, the kind one with the water.
That's Bate.
Bate.
Yeah, she's been through a lot. So she's a little bit more on the sensitive side, but she's strong.
I will keep that in mind. I was going to observe that, you have quite an interesting group here, quite a variety.
Yes.
How did you all come to be adventuring together?
Well, we met. Blanking on the name of the town. What was the name of the town?
Where
we met?
Oh,
The little
Sardinia.
town with the festival.
Yeah, Sardinia.
Yeah. Sardinia. We originally met in Sardinia. We, I guess you could say we were brought together to take on a horde of goblins that were kind of running amok in the area. It was where our journey began together, but the things we learned from there kind of grew and led us to where we are now.
So you would consider yourselves friends then?
I would say
close
so.
friends.
Yeah. Personally, I would say we are friends.
How long have you been on this adventure since the goblins?
It's been
At this
would
point,
you
for
say a
you
couple
guys,
weeks?
yeah, it's at this point, including everything, it's been close. Not quite 2 weeks, but getting there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's been almost 2 weeks of time that we spent together, and it has been together.
Yeah,
We've not got much rest.
absolutely. Well, times are hard, and time is relative, so it absolutely makes sense that you would be so close already.
Are you very close with Vord and Risa?
We have known each other for a while, for a time. Though I wouldn't say that we are necessarily friends.
Just a little bit of
Just-
drama there.
Not drama, just companions with a united cause. We work for the guild, and we do what the guild needs.
The guild, you say? And which guild is this?
The one whose name I'm forgetting. The Dragon Ward Guild.
The Dragon Ward Guild.
Indeed.
Mercy, roll me history check with advantage on that. You would be more likely to have heard of them in this instance.
I'm proficient in history. I didn't get advantage, but
13.
Basically, you know kind of the similar things to Ness. The little bit that you know more is that they're having visited White Rock before. They're kind of their main headquarters. Their main guild hall is in White Rock, but you know that they have kind of like sister locations kind of all over Ascendia of varying degrees and sizes, wherever they're allowed to be. They're generally, at this point in time, you don't maybe know the history of them so much, but you know at this point in time they are largely kind of almost an adventurers guild. Like, they're largely out to do good, but they're also they take a lot of contracts for money as well. Nothing like no like mercenary hits or anything, but it's like, oh, there's a goblin infestation here. They would probably investigate that. But they're largely, if you want to think about it as in terms of something else, they're almost like a fantasy version of the like Jedi would be to Star Wars.
Okay.
Is in generally do-gooders, but they also go around to do specific tasks, occasionally things with like ambassadorial like type responsibilities, things like that.
Okay. Dragon Ward. I'm vaguely familiar. I know I've seen the various headquarters around multiple different, or at various locations, different towns. All I really know is you guys are kind of action seekers and a little. Right? Am I right in saying that?
Are you asking? Is he asking me? Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking.
Oh.
I'm asking Alistair.
Yes, it seems that action tends to be at the heart of things when you're trying to keep everything in order, and keep everyone safe. Action sometimes is necessary.
That I can agree with. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely something I would have been interested in had I been given the opportunity, it sounds like. But
you seem like the type of person, the type of man who would be well suited to a position with the Dragon Ward Guild. Perhaps in the future that is something you might consider. I'd be happy to put in a word.
I actually appreciate that. Thank you.
My pleasure. And then I assume Bate is here by now.
Yeah, she's made her way back up.
She's chilling.
What are you guys talking about?
Just how we all met and how we got to know each other.
Oh, quick
That sort
mind
of-
bullet to Mercy.
Yeah.
Please, don't tell them about my memory or, I don't know. Just, I'd rather not have my history make an impression on them if I can avoid it.
Can I? I'm gonna, as discreetly as I can, give the tiniest little wink to Bate.
I'm just gonna punch him in the shoulder, like, aw.
Okay.
So,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Alistair? Have I introduced myself to Alistair yet? No.
Other than giving him water, no, not really.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, I'm Bate.
Bate, thank you for being so kind earlier. I'm Alistair.
No problem. You look like you're feeling better.
Quite a bit, yes, quite a bit. I guess it was just the difference in atmosphere that got to me for a while. But I was just discussing with Mercy here how you all met, like you said, and he was saying that the Dragon Ward Guild might be something that he would have been interested in had he had the opportunity. Though I'm not certain why he didn't. he didn't mention that part.
What's the Dragon Ward Guild? I don't think I've heard of them before.
Do I have to explain it, or can I just like insert explanation of Dragon Ward Guild here?
Roll me a history check.
Me?
Yeah, with advantage.
Where's my thingy? Well, advantage. What do I?
So
what is that?
just means
that's
roll
the
it
thing where I
twice.
roll multiple times.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
gotcha. Hello. Oh, I'm not in the right window. 20.
20. Okay. Yeah, you've definitely you know a good bit. So what Alistair proceeds to tell you is very impressive, as not only does she explain the things that Mercy and Ness seem to know, but she goes all the way back into their history. The Dragon Ward Guild was formed during an event called the Searing, in which dragons rose up to kind of attempt to cow the rest of the intelligent races. It was a huge war, and the reason that their main guild is located in White Rock is just due to the fact that that is kind of one of the last bastions where everything kind of went down. It's where their underground tunnels were built in order to avoid kind of being able to move around the city without getting just absolutely squelched. Completely engulfed in like dragon flame, things like that. They were responsible for setting up a lot of the city defenses, and so for a long time after that, they not only hunted down dragons to try and thin the population so that would never happen again. They kind of set out from there to try and do what they could to keep anything like that from happening again, whether it be taking on what you guys tasks similar to what you guys are doing right now, like stopping like demon incursions and terrible necromancers and things like that. It's just they have a long storied history of generally trying to stop things from happening. But as before now, there was a relatively long time of peace. A lot of their numbers have begun to dwindle, and their presence and influence is kind of is also just begun to evaporate. But at this point, as things have begun heating up again, she tells you they've been kind of actively recruiting and looking to add more to their number in order to help keep up with the forces of evil that have kind of been spreading rather rapidly throughout Descendia.
Wow. That's intense.
Alistair, what led you to joining the Dragon Ward Guild?
Yeah, what do you have to do to get in?
Well, first, I've had an interesting and diverse upbringing. So the way that I made myself into the Dragon Ward Guild is not a typical one. I am not a typical representative of the type of person that they hire. But I think it was that made my skill set and my presence there so important and appealing. It's kind of a long story is the easy way to explain it. But as for what they are looking for, I don't know what they're looking for. Can I just...
they have a criteria. It's just like any other application process to any other sort of like club or job, and that they look and see, they don't want to just send people out into the field that are going to just die. They do have a whole training process to make sure that you're like, if basically a boot camp, and if you can't make it through that, if you're that at this point they are hiring, rather taking on more seasoned adventurers and kind of skipping the boot camp process. But even then, there are trials you have to undergo, and you do go on a mission with essentially with another representative who's kind of overseeing you and another small group.
Job shadowing.
Yeah, basically, to make sure that you're a good fit.
Cool. So I explain all that. And I say, so, if that were to be something that you would be interested in, should you demonstrate the types of qualities and skills that we would be seeking, that could be something you might, that you should consider, that we could perhaps connect you with the right people to make that happen. But again, it depends on how you adapt in the field, how you respond to conflict, how you react to sudden changes, and what kind of background you have with those types of situations.
was perfect. I'm very talented. I'd
And
probably
humble.
be a perfect fit. It would probably go very well.
It's probably not really for me. I don't really like taking orders. Ever.
Fair enough. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. But you said you'd be perfect. What makes you so sure?
I mean,
He's perfect at everything.
come on. I mean, look. You'll see, I'm sure, soon enough. But as cocky as it may sound, I'm good at what I do.
Sure.
What I do is
You just have said a couple times that you would have loved that opportunity, but we have like locations so strewn about in most major cities. Are you not from a major city, or you said you had seen them? Had a position? Had you not seen our recruitment or not been interested before?
what I'll say is that sticking around wasn't necessarily an option. So I mean, trust me, if I could have set roots in a way that I could have joined one of the factions, I would have, but that wasn't exactly something I was capable of at the time. So here I am.
Well, that I can certainly understand. I too was not able for various reasons to stay at home. So I can relate to that. I hope you find a position that satisfies you, that utilizes your skills in the best way. Maybe with the Dragonboard Guild.
Mind bullet.
Uh-oh.
Mercy, screw that, dude. Let's just go on adventures. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
At this point, Jagathia, what are you doing?
I'm gonna run and try to find Killy.
She's in the crow's nest.
I'm gonna go hang out with Killy, and we're gonna try to spot fish.
Okay. Roll me a perception check. Oh, Keely got a really good score, actually.
Natural 20.
Okay. What is the total? What's your perception?
Total 23.
23. You guys actually got the same score. As you guys kind of look around, you're kind of like looking.
We're good at looking for fish.
She says, now we have to be really careful because sometimes we get attacked by things that are flying, but if we keep an eye out, and she goes, oh, look over there, and you both kind of at the same time see not fish because you're very high up, but you do see a pod of whales far below you, and they're just the tiniest thing from where you are, but you guys spot them. As you kind of look further around, you do see a few flying things in the distance, but you think probably nothing of that because they're pretty far away. And as you kind of point them out, she says, oh yeah, that's why we now take a wider berth of the coast, because there's a whole nest of wyverns in that area, and they normally we can just fly by and everything's fine, but the other probably almost a year ago now, we went by and they caused a real mess, and we had to clean up the ship, and the captain was not happy, so we give it a little bit wider berth. It gives us maybe an extra hour or two of travel time, but it seems to be worth it.
Yeah, they seem to be a little rude.
Yeah, they I mean, usually they don't bother us, but I don't know if they're being maybe it was just the time of year. I don't know if they had babies, but just in case, we did. I mean, I can totally take them; it's no problem. But having fought them before, I'm sure you'd have no trouble because we're really tough. But
yeah, of course.
Yeah, but just just for the captain's sake, we don't want to mess up the ship or anything.
I guess that's fair.
So, by any chance, do you all need I mean, I can't right now because I've got to finish my time with the captain, but, maybe if you come back through any time, maybe if you're needing, another set of hands, I could help you. I'm really good at stabbing things, so maybe if you need another adventurer in the near future, maybe you could talk to me and I could help.
I bet you we could use your help, depending on if we survive our next adventure.
Says, yeah, I guess that's always the caveat, but I'm sure you'll do fine. I mean, you're really tough.
Yeah, there's just going to be a lot going on.
Well,
I just know it.
Well, maybe I can sneak away and help you.
I don't know about that, though. What'll the captain do if the birds attack him and no one's there to tell him they're coming?
You see her just kind of like kick the dirt. She's like, yeah, I guess so. It's probably better if I don't. But it was I can dream.
Maybe next time.
Oh, I hope so. Meanwhile, Ness, where have you got at this point?
I feel like Ness came above decks and was just kind of watching kind of all of this stuff kind of transpire.
Okay.
Different conversations. Like Risa already came up and kind of talked to me, so I think I was already up there. But I've just kind of watched like her kind of going around and talking to people, and Alistair kind of going around and talking to people as well.
Okay.
Are there any, you guys, you guys are all three together and drag you up on the crow's nest, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is anyone with Vord right now?
So at this point, Risa appears to, she was up there. There's only so much she could do for him. She's gone below deck. You see her carrying a cup. You can assume she may be going to get more water or blankets, just things to help him out. But he's alone at the back, kind of back.
Yeah, I'd like
now.
to, kind of go over and talk to him.
Okay. He just is kind of like got his face in his hands. Doesn't seem to notice you approaching.
I don't believe we've met.
He just
You're
kind of
not feeling well, I see.
lifts his head up. No, I don't like this flying thing.
Have you flown before? Interesting. How did you come to be on this flying ship then?
I just follow Risa because we make lots of money and stuff. We go on adventures.
You make a lot of money on adventures.
Yeah.
What kind of adventures have you been on?
Roll me. Are you trying to roll me persuasion check with advantage because he's not doing well.
Natural 20.
Okay. Well, we're he kind of thinks for a second. We're a member of the Wagon Droid, and some or I think, and we, sometimes like she's really good at like stealing things. So like we stole some stuff one time, and that was really cool. Mainly like though she tells me what to hit, and then I hit it, and then we make money, and then I can buy lots of ale.
That sounds like quite a way to live a life.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what else she told me, but you seem really trustworthy and nice, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's so hard to find trustworthy people these days, don't you think?
Yeah, it's true. That's why we're really glad that we have each other.
Sure. You would have to be. I mean, you spend your life stealing. It's really hard to find people who wouldn't steal from you.
I never really thought about it that way.
Maybe you should. I mean, you live your life taking things. What happens when you have something that's worth taking in their head?
Well, if anybody tried to take it from me, I would probably just hit them until they're dead.
It's also a way to live a life.
Yeah, it seems to work pretty well for me so far.
Well, I hope that you feel so much better.
Oh, thanks.
I'm gonna make my way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give him a gentle little kind of touch on the shoulder of there, and make my way over to Mercy and Bate.
Okay. As you're leaving, Risa kind of passes you on the way. She says, I hope he wasn't bothering you.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I was, as a man of faith and a healer, I was just making sure that he was doing well.
Roll me a deception check.
Sure. 19 plus 2 is 21.
She kind of gives you, of course, and just keeps on going. Okay. Ness, what were you saying?
I'm going to head over to Mercy and Bate.
Okay. They're still kind of up front with Alistair at this point.
Mercy.
Yeah.
May I speak to you in private for a moment?
Absolutely. You guys.
Pardon us. And I'd like to kind of maybe even step below Dex.
Okay.
And pull him aside. Have I seen the captain yet this morning?
Yeah, he's currently at the helm.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'd like to step below Dex with Mercy.
Okay.
What's wrong?
I had my suspicions, and that oaf up above, I spoke to briefly, and well, he doesn't seem to know exactly what company he works for. I managed to speak to him at a little bit greater length, and he just found me so trustworthy that he told me that the crew that he brought along, or that is here on the boat, are thieves, not adventurers. And typically, according to him, this cadre of people go around stealing things, and occasionally...
Whisper. Stop.
And occasionally, as needed, he smacks people or things over the head. I think that, if nothing else, we need to be very, very, very much on our guard about what we say to them. I don't know that they're here to steal from us. That seems a little... We're not that important.
Speak for yourself.
Touche. I would just be very, very careful about what I say to them.
I know, I learned a little bit about Alistair specifically. And well, I guess he divulged that they're not necessarily close as a group, but more so just under a united cause. So I don't know how much sentiment they share with one another. I would wager that it's not something on the same level as ours. So they might be willing to kind of cross each other, given the opportunity, the right opportunity. We should keep that in mind.
Absolutely. I would prefer to avoid deception. Personally, I'd rather just have it all out there in the open and know that whatever that they're planning on doing doesn't involve us. But
That's true.
Risa did mention, and I've overheard her use coincidence, and I do not actually think it is a coincidence that we're all here together. I do think, if nothing else, that their reason for being here has something to do with us.
It does seem highly suspect that they're on the exact same mission we are on, and it was a bit of a chore to figure out the information. It's not exactly public knowledge what's going on over the Boreal Veil. It took a little bit of digging for us to find it. You know, it's interesting.
More than digging, we had to kill some of the people who were responsible.
That's true.
Just to have any inkling as to what is going on. And now there's dark murmurs and rumors from a place that no one's really come in or out of in who knows how long. And then coincidentally, at the last moment, right before we push off, these people come aboard on the same mission as us, on the same boat. I don't
It is
know if
very
the
suspect.
captain has a prior relationship, but it sounded like perhaps from what I had heard as they came aboard that they might be working in tandem.
So the captain was in on this.
Maybe.
So we can't even trust him.
I don't think we can trust anyone but each other.
Just when I thought things were going to be a little easier.
Why ever would you think that?
Yeah. Silly me. Well, what's our next move? I guess lay low. And I mean, we have no choice. We're kind of stuck on this ship right now, right? We should get Bate and Dragathiel in on this. We need. I mean, they're not exactly quite as tight-lipped as we can be.
I think we keep this close to our chest until we know a little more.
Okay.
I do worry that at least Dragathiel's impulsive nature might get the better of her. Which could go worse. I mean, like I said, I'm not really one for keeping things in the shadows. Yua doesn't prefer shadows as things go.
No, not a very
But
shadowy type of guy.
I don't know how high up we are, but I'm sure it's measured in thousands and thousands of feet.
Yeah, this isn't the exact place for that type of behavior.
No.
Well, I'll keep an eye out. I mean, let's just learn as much as we can. I feel like I've connected a little bit with Alistair. I'll keep digging. I'll see what more I can find out.
Just be careful not to give away too much. We should get back up before it gets suspicious. But
yeah, I agree. Thank you. Thank you for trusting me.
What did we speak about down here, incidentally?
How we're gonna... How our leading argument...
Your sword. Your sword.
Yes.
We spoke about your sword and whether you had dreams last night. Did you?
Yeah, did I?
Nope.
I did not. No, I actually...
You had no dreams at all.
I dreamt nothing. Nothing. It was...
Refreshing,
actually
I'd imagine.
weird. Well... Shocking. I missed them. I missed them somehow. I kind of wanted it. But I probably got a better night's sleep without them, so I guess all's well that ends well, right?
I suppose so. Well, it hasn't ended yet, so let's not jump to conclusions.
No.
Shall we head
guess you're
back
right.
up?
Yes, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. At this point, for sake of brevity, the day continues on much the same. With you guys, kind of, you see a few of the sailors as things kind of like you hit a bit of turbulence. They go and adjust a few things, and then things settle down. You see a few of them playing a game of dragon chess. You see basic sailor stuff. They see people drinking. You see them swap shifts as the night shift has gone to bed and the other shift has come and awoken. Did anybody want to do anything or talk to anybody or anything before nightfall?
Are we so we're just hanging out, taking in the
pretty
sights,
much everybody's.
just chilling?
Yeah, I mean, it's been going smooth. It's a smooth flight, for the most part so far. Based on what the captain told you, you guys should be there. It's a little past midday. It's about 2 or 3 right now. You guys should be there in the morning, probably, just for reference, maybe 5 a.m., 6 a.m. the next morning, assuming that everything goes smoothly. And so far it has. Like I said, so if there's anything anybody wants to do before you guys arrive,
so
that's what you do.
Earlier, because it was Bate and Mercy and I, and then Ness just comes over and is like, hey Mercy, sidebar, and then they just disappear. But he was over on the same deck of the ship over with my buddy, right? I could have seen him. I would look over and see him talking to my friend, right? And he comes immediately over and is like, we gotta go have a chat real quick.
Roll me a perception check.
18.
Yeah. You kind of kept an eye on the ship and the movements of everybody else. You did notice Ness kind of go up and speak with Vord for a little bit, and then give him a pat on the head before leaving.
And then immediately come over and do a sidebar with Mercy. Okay. Yeah, I want to go chat with Mercy some more.
Okay.
Wherever he's at.
Sure. Are you're just gonna wait and find him at some point when he's alone, or are you waiting until evening, or?
Yeah, or well, like what whichever is more. Yeah, when he's alone, preferably.
Yeah. So there you do find an opportunity as Mercy's kind of gone below deck for a minute to grab a meal with everybody else. He appears to have finished a bit quicker, not being able to keep his food down as easily as a lot of the other people. So he ate a little bit, came back above deck while everybody else is currently below.
Mm-hmm. And so I don't know, I open with something like, so are you looking forward to the adventures yet to come? Do you have any concrete plans once we land?
Yes and no. We have a general idea what to expect when we arrive to the Boreal Vale in terms of trying to gain passage, but that's kind of as far as we've gotten. Other than that, you seem to, at least from what you've shared with us, seem to have a similar clue as to what's going on over there. Why do you ask?
Indeed. Oh, well, it's strange that we're two parties on the same ship going to the same place. So I guess I was just, feeling out what your plans were. And, we know what we know, but there's plenty that we don't know. So figured if there was any insight to be gleaned, on your end or on ours to assist with us, pursuing the same good, the same cause, then it would be good to share that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And honestly, you're right. If any details that could help any of us proceed, please share. We could definitely use the information. You seem to have originated from a much more organized group than we kind of had to do things on our own. So
certainly, that's honestly what I'm more used to. We have our a very structured organization that we work for, but we are essentially independent, which is why Risa and Vord and I are acquaintances, colleagues, but have been assigned to missions together before, but are not close. It's hard getting close when you are always required to be sort of set apart and do things like that. So
you said, when we were talking earlier, you said that you managed to join the guilds in an atypical way, or you're an atypical representative of the organization. So do you mind sharing what makes you so atypical?
I'm hesitating in real life, but now hopefully not actually
okay.
in the conversation. Sure. My skill set is one that made me not very popular as a young adult, not very popular growing up. And I've accumulated experience from a lot of hard-won lessons. And so in a guild that is comprised mostly of upstanding men like yourself with formal training and hearts of gold, I was a bit of an outcast because I have seen a lot, and I have seen a lot of evil, and have had to train through it, if that makes any sense.
Past baggage, so to speak.
So very much.
Another thing we have in common.
Really? You strike me as someone who has had much handed to him.
Not so much handed. Sometimes, well...
You seem like you come from a good family, good I mean, you strike me as someone who has seen a lot of luxury and has good fine taste, and clearly you are good looking and skilled and skilled. So you have had,
Thanks.
I assume, a very easy way in the world. Am I incorrect?
You're a good read. I'll give you that. You're a good read, especially on the looks part. That, is obvious. But
Game recognizes game.
Yeah. Look, I may my beginning may have been a little bit easier for me. Sure. I may have been a little bit more privileged, but privilege doesn't necessarily lead to good things. In more recent times, I've had to claim it for my own. If you catch what I'm alluding to. But yes, yeah. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the fact that I have a way about who I am, about myself. A glow, I've been told, is what they call it.
Huh.
But like, you've never heard that before.
I have, for perhaps different reasons, but that's certainly something to which I can relate. Absolutely. Yeah. Interesting what you say about privilege and position and having to claim it for your own, though. Typically, people with privilege don't need to do that because they already have it. What did something happen?
You could say that. Where I began is not where I wanted to end up. I think that's all right now is what I can share.
Understandable. I can certainly relate to that as well. Sometimes privilege can corrupt, certainly. And sometimes you have to cast it off in order to be what you want to be. So more power to you then.
It's a blessing and a curse. It comes with its benefits. Confidence, style, connections, etc. I could go on. But it also comes with expectations and
requirements.
Boundaries is the word I would use. So at some point it just becomes what's more important. The status and the chains that come with it, or
your freedom.
A little bit of freedom in exchange for giving up a lot of what you knew.
Well, I pray that it pays off in your favor.
Thank you. And likewise. I'm assuming the way that we can relate, we share that sympathy as well.
Absolutely. What are our friends doing?
Well, I somehow lost my appetite. They're down eating dinner. Have you gotten anything to eat yet? I mean, we tried.
I had some crackers.
That's
all I could keep down.
You chose the same meal as I did tonight.
So we're going to have to be well fed for whatever our adventures entail. So
keep our
perhaps we should track down some more food and find the others.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Maybe we can force down some more food.
Meanwhile, the rest of you sitting down eating a pretty decent meal. The cook who's on board appears to be decently skilled as he produces a couple different like chowders and few different breads. It's a pretty decent meal for compared to what you guys have had over the past several weeks.
So much better than slugs.
Yep, slugs and rations and all the other things you've been eating. It's definitely a little better. But the rest of you, it's basically the let's see, three of you, plus Risa and Vord have made their way down. Vord you see him just kind of like moving the food around on his plate, not really eating it. And eventually Risa slaps him and says, "Could you quit playing with your food? It's disgusting everybody." He said, "I'm sorry." She just kind of looks at all and looks you all and gives you like a smile. Um,
And as soon as she turns away, I'm just like,
what you guys doing anything? Have any conversations while the other two are up top?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna eat real quick and then go find Kip and Kip.
Okay. Sure. I mean,
Kip Kip.
at this point, let me see. Actually, it's not their shift right now. They're asleep.
Oh, all right, then never mind.
Yeah. In a few more hours, you grasp that
that's
at the time they're kind of working the late night, early morning, kind of shift. So currently they're asleep. But eventually, as you guys begin working through your food, you do see Mercy and Alistair reappear and kind of manage to squeeze in this little seated eating area here. Yeah, you guys are now all together. You see Reese is just like, well, if you're just not going to eat, then why don't you just go back to sleep? Because nobody needs your large ass in here taking up this much space just to push food around. He just kind of like, you see him like grumpily, like kind of push his bowl back out of the way. He's like, fine. And then he gets up and walks out.
Can I hear her say that?
Mm-hmm.
That was rude.
Well, she kind of waits till he leaves the room. She says, he's a little simple sometimes, and he doesn't always consider everybody else's feelings and how he comes off. And sometimes if he's just not getting it, I have to be a little short with him, or he. Yes.
I'm gonna go grab crackers and water and go follow him.
Okay.
Poor dude.
So when
Team
he doesn't
won.
when he doesn't respect others' feelings, you don't respect his?
Well, he needs a firm hand, or else he's bad at making decisions. So he was going to sit here and suffer, and I have to be a bit like his mother and tell him what to do, or else he'll sit here in misery.
Did he ever ask for your help?
Well, when I found him, he did, but it's a much longer story.
He doesn't need a mother.
Are you saying that to Risa?
Yeah, I am.
She just kind of gives you a look and says, this is a discussion for another time.
Are you actually eating crackers? I love you.
It's called role-playing, Sam, okay?
Method acting.
Yeah.
The immersion.
So immersive.
Risa, so what's your role within the Dragon Ward? You seem to have some sort of leadership role, or at least you've assumed some sort of leadership. I was curious.
Well, much of my business I am not able to share. I work under Drac the Nameless. You've probably heard of him, or maybe not, but our business is a bit secretive, at least under him.
Why?
Because sometimes if people knew things, then, well, the public would panic and other people would go looking for strange and terrible things.
We're on our way. All of us are on our way to go see strange and terrible things.
You're
There's nowhere for us to run. So, I mean, if we're gonna be together, at least in the short term, maybe share a little bit more. Trust goes a long way, at least with this group here, which, by the way, outnumber you.
Roll me an intimidation check. As you were kind of threatening her there.
See that face.
Well, I unfortunately am not at liberty to disclose these things, no matter how many of you there are. So, I have to apologize, but I must decline to share any further information with you regarding my work.
Where am I in proximity to her, physically?
She's sitting at this point, now that Vord's left, because he was kind of taking up a lot of space at the table. I would assume you guys are probably kind of diagonal from her. She's like a space or two down from you, just across the table.
I'm gonna slowly stand up
Mhm.
and just like saunter over, like around the table, casually, with
Okay.
a smile, and I'm gonna like grab her
Boy.
shoulders, like reassuringly, and I'm gonna get down her ear. I'm gonna say, "Apology accepted." Thank you.
I don't like it when you touch me that way. You are handsome, but
Thank
if your
you.
hands find their way on my shoulders again, you will find that they are on the floor very quickly.
Oh, and that's what I get for being nice. Oof.
Can I
Abrasive.
pipe up? I'm sitting.
Yeah,
at the
can we all hear this?
Well, he whispered in her ear, and you get the sense that she kind of whispered back to him, but it appears to be tense.
But like we heard the whole exchange before that, right?
Before
About
that,
the-
yeah.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
all in the galley together. Yeah.
All right, just making sure.
Am I still in there or did I go out?
You followed.
I left, right?
With the crackers and water, right?
I was trying to think, like, timing wise, when this is how quickly this happened.
I mean, the conversation hasn't taken too long, but yeah, at this point, I mean, are you just following Vord to his room?
I was gonna try to get to him before he got to his
Okay.
room.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we'll say you were able to hand it off and make your way back as this exchange is happening.
Well, I say, Mercy. I keep almost calling you your actual name. Mercy, you will excuse my my colleague here. It is in the nature of our job to not reveal many details, as she said. I assure you that her intentions are good, even if her delivery is poor.
It's interesting to me that you guys have repeatedly spoken about how your interests and your mission and your this and that are so secret and private, and have taken so much time inquiring into the nature of ours. You speak of reports of terrible, dark things, and yet offer no help to us who ostensibly seek the same, to investigate these terrible and dark things. I'm very curious why we should be so trusting of you when you show no trust in us.
Well said, Ness.
Thank you.
Well, it's not like we have to go together. I mean, we're just going to the same place.
As you kind of say this, Risa says, well, perhaps tomorrow I shall be in better spirits, but now I have been put in a bit of sour mood, as she kind of gives you a stink eye, Mercy.
Sorry,
And
what
so-
mood were you in before that?
And so now I would like to retire. You all have a good night, and I shall talk to you tomorrow. And
Good
she
night.
kind of steps up and walks out of the mess at this point, leaving the rest of you kind of awkward.
I'm totally relaxed.
Okay.
Is this how they train leaders in the academy, to berate their charges and argue with them in public?
No, it certainly is not. So Cricky and Sam are at the table as well, right?
Mm-hmm. All
Right
of
there.
these people here currently, yeah.
There's something on your mind.
Indeed, I think a moment of honesty is necessary at this point.
It would be about time.
What I shared with you about my background and my upbringing is true, but these two are certainly not friends of mine. They approached me. We do not work for the Dragon Ward Guild, as I am sure you have deduced by now. They approached me and offered to pay me upon completion of a task a very handsome sum of money to aid in their getting on this ship and to aid in them receiving access to you, Mercy. They were apparently hired by someone, your mother, related to them, that she would like you returned promptly, and I was given very little information on the reasoning for that, but I don't particularly like them, and her treatment of Vord seems small, but is something that left a poor taste in my mouth. So there you
I
have it.
should have known.
Mercy, why would
I
you?
was-
I
was
should have known.
prepared.
We should have known.
I was
Mercy.
prepared to take the money and stay out of the whole thing and let them do. My only task was to get them passage onto the ship and to aid in this whole deception so that they might complete their work. My job has been done essentially.
Why
but
do you think they'll
it
still
seems,
pay you?
but I don't think they will. But at this point, I would rather just forget the whole thing. I have my own reasons for the way that I have reacted to all of this. That I don't feel like sharing with people who are essentially complete strangers. But suffice to say that I find my loyalties shifting, if not to you, then at least far away from them, far away from her. So do what you will with that. But they are here for you. And have every intention of returning you home.
Try.
By what means?
By force, I imagine.
No. Thank you for that. How are they going to transport him across an entire continent? By force or otherwise?
Is
that-
the captain in on it?
That much.
The ship
No.
crew.
No.
What was
No,
their
that was
endpoint?
my entire purpose in their plan was to persuade the ship captain to allow us on to use my skills, which I had mentioned before. My skills at persuasion and trickery to allow us passage onto the ship and to get close to you, that they might enact whatever plan that they had.
I'm
But
gonna kill them.
there have been several other instances in the time that I have known them that have made me question my participation in this whole thing. And her treatment of Vord like he is a child that cannot fend for himself and make decisions for himself was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, you could say. So I doubt they will be too pleased with me that I've disclosed all this information to you. So it seems that I find myself now in a bit of a predicament because
Well,
they'll probably try to kill me.
They don't know that you've
They don't
disclosed
know.
all of this information.
Right, but if suddenly everything goes south and I do not,
Well, if they don't,
I mean, I assume that you will act on this information somehow.
yeah, you could say that. Look,
Mm-hmm.
you self-admittedly said that you are a professional liar, is what I pulled from that. Continue to lie to your best ability, because you're right. We cannot have them know that I know. Until I kill them, of course. And it doesn't
It's
matter.
fine by
does it?
me. It's fine by me.
Why does everything have
Mercy.
to go back to killing?
Ooh, I just
Well, it
really
is a
want-
pretty
I just-
easy. It is a
well,
pretty
Mercy,
easy solution.
is there a reason why your mother would need you home? Is there maybe an emergency that drove her to hire someone to try and find you? Like,
And
That is
bring
why I
back
was trying
by
to-
force.
By whatever means necessary.
that's what I'm concerned about.
Do not have concern for that woman. She does not deserve it. And no.
Does she not?
No, she doesn't.
I know nothing about the whole thing.
She does.
Just that she
Trust
has.
me. She doesn't deserve that concern. I know why she's doing this. It is unjust. And I didn't think she'd go this far. But I guess her possessiveness knows no bounds.
All right, easy.
Where's my...
The real problem in front of us, and we can worry about your mother and whatever that might come up in the future at a later time. Right now, we're thousands of feet in the air
Mhm.
with people who, at the very least, have no regard for our life. And, if pushed, may attempt to take our lives to return you to your mother.
I wish
That
they
is-
would try. I wish they would give me a reason.
Wish a
Keep
bitch.
your voice down. You're on a boat. Walls have ears.
You're right.
The question is, what are we going to do about them? Alistair, you seem, at the very least, to be somewhat decent. I'm not concerned for you, but I wouldn't involve you in something that was none of your business. But for the rest of us, it is our business, and we do have to have something in mind for when inevitably this comes to a head. It could be when we land, it could be tonight. What are we going to do?
Mine bullets to Ness, Dragathiel, and Mercy. Maybe not the best idea to talk about it with Alistair. Maybe we figure out what we want to do on our own, and hopefully he stays on our side. But I wouldn't exactly trust anything he says. Plus, I can pretend to be Mercy, and we can ambush them.
Alistair,
I'm still eating crackers.
you can lie to them. You can use your gifts. Just don't lie to me, okay? As much as you're a good read, I'm a better one. And I will know. And you've caught me at a juncture in terms of morals. And I'm just kind of itching for a little bit of violence. So it's an us versus them situation. So when you have your side, stick to it, okay?
I have a follow-up question before I make that decision. You said your mother has her reasons for wanting you back. Can you explain at all what those reasons might be?
No.
That's unfortunate. Well,
This whole thing is unfortunate.
indeed. Well, I will stay out of the way. I will continue my deception so that they do not suspect that I have betrayed them. And I will leave it to all of you to decide how you'd like to handle the next immediate steps. I think this is something that probably you would prefer to sort out on your own. So I'm going to take my leave. But if you feel like informing me on any of the details, if there's any way I can assist, do let me know.
Send her a quick mind bullet. Oh, we'll definitely let you know.
Whoa, what the fuck was that?
I don't know what you're
I don't know what that
talking
is, do I? Like, I don't know that she has that ability, right?
No. I mean, it does come across. It does come across in her voice, so you kind of like glance at her, but it's new.
But
to
I'm
you.
like, oh, she's got some shit going on.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And then I like get up and bid them goodnight and go. I think I'll go back up to the upper deck of the ship.
Okay.
If that's cool.
Okay, sure. As she leaves, kind of leaving the rest of you to think about the situation, the captain now, you see him, oh, excuse me, as he kind of passes you, Alistair, and heads in there and says, I hope the food was to all of your liking. You all look a bit grim, but so it can't, should I call the chef in?
No, absolutely not. Thank you so much for your hospitality. The meal was excellent. It's just a bit of
Yes.
tension between us and the others, but nothing to concern yourself over. If I may be so bold as to say.
He pulls up and sits down next to you, says, well, I think it being my ship is a bit my concern.
Understood, of course. Apologize for speaking out of turn.
We're just still having problems with the big one.
Well,
I'm having problems with the big one.
we didn't like the way that the big one spoke to our friend Dragathiel, but he did apologize.
Sort of. He started it with the little one.
Yes, but Dragathiel, he doesn't seem like he meant it in a mean way. And you saw the way Risa was talking to him. I mean,
Sam,
we cut 'em a
Sam and
little
Cricky,
slack.
the two of you make me a deception check.
I mean, I was honestly meaning that, but
There's a lot more to the story that you're
I
leaving
was
out.
Oh, I know.
for
Subtext, yeah.
persuasion. But, oh boy.
15.
8.
Okay. He kind of looks the two of you and says, actually, let me see. Well, if there's more to the story, I trust you will be telling me.
Captain, with the warmest smile, you'd be the first to know.
Right. If there's any trouble, I'm not afraid to kick all 7 of you off.
More than understood.
Agreed.
I won't be risking the lives of my crew over some squabble.
We would not risk the lives of you or any of your crew or anyone on this vessel over any kind of squabble.
And we just met that other group, but your generosity is not lost on this group right here.
Right. Well, he kind of picks up a bowl and like a small plate of some other things. He says, well, I'm going to be retiring to my quarters for now. I'll be up for another hour if you decide to change your mind. He kind of walks out of the room.
Tell him?
I don't like it. I'm going to. If you, at some point, he might be able to assist us.
I know, but what if he's in on it? He's the one that let them on this boat.
I'm inclined to believe Alistair when he says that the crew's not in on it.
A honest trickster who's already admitted to lying?
Yeah, but the captain, who's not a trickster, didn't seem dishonest when he seemed concerned for his crew. And saying that he'd throw all of us off.
Well,
I'm very much concerned about the implications of being thrown off of a airship.
Yeah.
And in our past, we know that falling off of tall things ends in a very grim result. So we I don't want to experience that firsthand. However, I really am gonna kill them.
yeah, but how do you tell him that? He's not gonna... We have to agree on what we're doing before we talk to him. And I don't necessarily think killing them immediately is the best option, especially at this height, especially with the crew, I mean, there's casualties to think of.
Here's what I think. Either the most likely thing is we land, make port, and then they make their move. Or they have some magical means of transportation, which we've all seen just on this very day is possible. Expensive, difficult, but not impossible. And Mercy, you very clearly come from a home with no small amount of means. I'm not thinking it impossible that as expensive and potentially treacherous as it may be, that they have some magical means of taking you off of this vessel before it even lands. To that end, one, I think, Dragathiel, you should room with Mercy tonight. You are the strongest, and as much as I'm loath to engage in violence, you are certainly the most capable of it among us without, for instance, setting the boat on fire, which I am more likely to do in self-defense. I do think, well, let me rephrase. I know I am going to speak to the captain and let him know what is happening. He may be able to aid us if he knows that people are attempting to kidnap someone off of his vessel who were promised safe passage to their destination. He seems to be a merchant, and the reputation of a merchant relies on completing the task, whether it's transporting people or goods. He may be able to see reason and support us in our task.
Well, I'll go with you just so you have some sort of backup in case he isn't.
That sounds like a plan if I ever heard one.
Okay.
Fine.
So who is going to speak with the captain then? Okay.
But yeah, Bate and I.
Okay.
Oh, I hope they break into your room tonight, Mercy.
Hey,
I
agree with you wholeheartedly.
We'll give him an ass kicking worse than a one-legged man in an ass kicking contest. It's gonna be terrible.
So the two of you then head up, and as you do see Alistair kind of standing by himself out on the deck as you head up to the captain's quarters. As you give a knock on the door, you hear him. Yes, come in.
Enter.
And you see him as he's like doing a bit of like a choke, and then as he. I'm sorry. Okay.
You all right?
I just.
Are you well?
Yeah, I was eating, and I wasn't actually expecting a knock, so.
I'm sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you, and please forgive me for my discretion earlier. I wanted to talk to my companions a bit before we discussed what is going on the ship with you.
I see. So, what seems to be the problem?
Well, from what we've gathered, Alistair told us that he and the other two came on the ship to kidnap our companion Mercy.
Why?
And
What has he done?
they would not. Alistair wouldn't tell us. Alistair wouldn't tell us why.
Has he killed somebody? What is he? Well, I don't understand.
Sir, the important element is a man is threatened. A man on your ship promised safe passage by you is threatened on your vessel to be kidnapped, to be taken away against his will. The persons who have come aboard your ship claiming to be members of the Dragon
Ward Guild.
Dragon Ward, it's the W part. The Dragon Ward Guild are not as they appear. They, in fact, are brigands and thieves, hired hands.
Well, the one called Alistair handed me a document that seems to be from the guild.
I'm sure that it is. It may be from the guild. It may be a forgery. They may, in fact, be working for the guild. The guild may have been hired, but when I spoke to Vord earlier, he couldn't even pronounce the name of who had hired them.
Yes. I used to be a member myself, so I can, without a doubt, say this is not something that they would have done. I still am in contact with all of the masters there, so if you can have Alistair join me and explain to me what is going on, I would be happy to remove the others from my ship.
Can I...
You want to insight check the captain?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
What? To see if he's telling the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Can
8.
I do it? Can I do it too?
Sure. 3?
Yep.
What did you get, Rain?
8.
It's hard to get a read on him. You get the sense he's telling the truth, but it's really hard to tell. He just seems very grave right now.
If you'll excuse me, I saw Alistair out on the deck. I will bring him
Sure.
to you
I'll
shortly.
wait here.
I step out. Alistair,
Yes.
I'm sorry I did not intend myself to bring you into this, but we have spoken to the captain about your associate's intentions. And he would very much appreciate it if you could corroborate what we have told him.
Yes, well, that was to be expected. You couldn't, explain the whole thing without involving me. Very well. Go in, I guess.
Okay. So, what is this you gave me then? As he holds up the piece of paper, like the missive explaining that he's supposed to be getting payment for delivering you to your destination.
Well, it's a forgery that I was given by the other two. In addition to their promise to pay me as well, for tasks to which they had been set at some point before they met me. And this one, and I point to Mercy, this one's mother would like him returned for reasons that are her own. Oh, he's not?
I went to bed
Mercy's
with
not there.
Dragathia.
Oh, right. Sorry. Well, and then Mercy's mother would like him returned swiftly for reasons that have still not been explained to me entirely. Reasons that are that perhaps the others know, but I certainly don't. And they came to me because I am known in certain circles for having a particular set of skills. Sorry, I can't say that with a straight face.
Liam Neeson, everyone.
Yeah. And offered me a handsome sum of money upon completion of a task, that being getting them passage on this ship, convincing you that we are who we said we were, so that they might take him and return him at between leaving and arriving at port. They wanted to have me there to assist with all manner of deception. But
he at this point had a furrowed brow, just kind of listening to you with his hands kind of steepled and squinty eyes. I need you to roll me a deception check because I know at least one of those things you said is not true. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry. 16.
He kind of gives you a look and he says, would you mind kindly showing me what your handwriting looks like?
Certainly. And I, wait, I'm supposed to be adding modifiers?
For which part?
I don't know. I just got...
For deception? Yeah, what is your deception?
Oh. I don't even know where that is.
If you look at your list of skills, it'll be in alphabetical order.
That long list in the center of your sheet.
Oh god, there's so much to look at.
No worries. It's in alphabetical order.
Oh, deception +8.
So add that to your
Jesus
roll.
Fucking Christ.
Holy
Never
shit.
mind. He swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. Yes, he...
I didn't know that.
But you just not been adding. Like I thought maybe. So I like looked over
Thank
and
you,
saw
I
like
love
the
you.
raw 16 and
I'm
was
gonna
like,
refer to this
I doubt that.
class situation
Yeah.
squared.
I
I
love
doubt
you.
that
Thank you.
immensely.
for
That
looking
you have
out
a
for me.
0 to deception.
So, he kind of gives
I'm
you...
a master liar and trickster. No points of deception
I
whatsoever.
didn't know there was all this stuff. There's so much.
So anytime I ask you for a specific roll, it'll be from that list. And then you add
Okay.
to it.
What
So-
was I supposed to roll earlier? Oh, those were Constitution checks earlier. Those don't matter. Okay,
Sure.
gotcha.
Didn't even need to roll anymore. Just give him that number. It's gonna.
He kind of looks at you
Yeah,
and
I get
says...
+8 to deceptions, so whatever.
Yeah, at
Literally
this
didn't
point,
even matter.
I'm gonna take 10 on everything.
at this point, he looks at the three of you in there. He says, well then, what should we be doing about it? He looks at you, Alistair, says, I don't know how close you were with them.
Not.
Well, I hate to be killing people without necessity. Do you think we could perhaps gather them up and leave them? Said I've got an extra... Well, we make airdrops occasionally, so we could toss them over in a crate with a parachute and just wherever they can fend for themselves.
I mean, if we toss them over, we wouldn't be killing them. Paul would. It's not on
I
you.
like how she thinks.
Mind bullets don't kill people. Or warlocks don't kill people. Mind
Mind
bullets
bullets.
kill people. Sorry, that.
Well, if that's the case, I'd rather be doing this sooner than later. So at first light, once they've left their cabins, perhaps we can gather them up. And
And I'm wondering, I don't know if Vord, I don't know how much you know Vord, Alistair, but he seems to be following Grace's lead. He doesn't seem to really understand everything that he's doing.
True, and that's part of what perturbs me about the whole arrangement, the whole thing.
well, roll me a persuasion check, the two of you. I'll let actually Sam, you roll it with advantage because Alistair's helping you.
Me? Oh.
Yeah, don't worry about you. She just gets to roll with advantage because you're helping her.
Okay, but I still need to roll.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't. Okay, great. It makes a cool sound.
I literally rolled a 14 twice. What? So 18.
Happens.
18.
Happens.
Well, I cannot guarantee anything, but we will see if he is amiable to depositing her somewhere else.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
If necessary, and like just on a meta level, like, can I like offer, like, if I have spells that are applicable to this situation that might help?
Sure.
Like, because I do have sleep, so if everybody else gets the fuck away from them, I can just send them to sleep for a minute, and then we can like just do with them what we want, like put them in a box and drop them off the ship. Maybe.
Well, I don't know how... He kind of looks you up and asks, I don't know how in tune with magic you are, but I'm always willing to give it a shot. Perhaps be a little easier than forcing them off. He looks at you and says, perhaps then we try subduing Raisa first, and then we can have our conversation with Vord.
Anything that avoids unnecessary bloodshed would be preferred.
I mean, anything
By
that gets
me.
them off the ship, really.
I don't think my, indeed, companions feel always the same way, but that's my vote. I do have concerns that if left alive, this person may be able to report our location back to Mercy's mother. That is the only misgiving I have.
I know that for a fact, actually. She has in her possession an item that enabled us to track him in the first place. So that would be something to contend with. You'll have to find it and destroy it, or keep it for yourself. But that's something that, and she has not let me touch it or use it or anything, but it is something that she has.
Do you know what it is on her end?
No.
She never shared it with you. That was a private meeting.
All things being equal, then.
I did know that information, though, right? That's
You did know that she
information I
had it.
to share.
She just kind of gave you a wink. She never told you what it was.
Gotcha.
You got the sense that she was afraid of you taking it for yourself and trying to bring Mercy back alone.
Sure.
All things being equal, then, I would prefer some methodology that keeps us from killing people, regardless of their intention. I mean, obviously, if they attempt to bring ruin on us, we will defend ourselves, but I have no interest in killing people over this, if we can avoid it.
I see. Well, why don't you all get a good night's rest? I will send some hands to wake you a bit earlier, and we can decide what to do in the morning. I'll see if we can delay our journey a bit. We don't want them being right in town where we will be going.
Thank you.
I appreciate your understanding.
And I appreciate all of yours.
Sorry, and I get out of my cabin. I'm going to sleep.
Rest well, Captain.
Okay. You guys, three of you exit the room, leaving him to his sleep. You guys just heading straight to bed? Is everybody going to bed at this point? Or you guys do anything before the morning comes?
Roughly what time is it?
At this point, it's probably closer to like 11 at night.
I'm going to
It's
sleep.
like time has passed. Do what? Okay.
I'm going to sleep because I have to pee.
Okay.
Good night. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go pee.
Well, we're gonna.
I'll be all right.
Okay.
What did you-
I feel it would be prudent for at least one of us to stay awake at various points throughout the night. Keep a watch just in case they try to move in the night.
Well, I'm not.
I can take first watch if you like.
Sure. Just wake me up when you need your rest, and I will take the second.
We are going to take a 5-minute break, actually, because I imagine most of us have to go pee after several hours of sitting here. So we're gonna be right back, and give us maybe 5 minutes, hopefully less, but we'll be right back, and then we'll see what happens in the morning. Bye.
Whew.
And there's one time we went in this big tower and we pushed a guy from it.
Why would you do that?
He was bad. He was real bad.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah. And then, we saw this beautiful city, and then we saw this other city that I thought was beautiful, but Ness didn't think it was very beautiful. I don't think he liked it very much. You couldn't really see the sky, but there were all these cool reflections on the buildings, and I'd never seen anything like it. I thought it was amazing.
That sounds amazing.
It was amazing. But wait.
These are my friends Mara and Marek. This is
Well, hello.
Sure. If you
I'm
would.
down for that, and whatever the rapey potion that you had was sounds interesting too.
Is a mask.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So for the let me do math again.
It is called rufalinolin.
Oh my god.
Once he says that, can I know it?
Like
know that section of town.
Yeah, of course.
Does it remind me of that section?
After
Of
he
town?
tells, yeah, do you have a? You can cast. Can you cast identify as a ritual? I think you can.
I have it as a detection, and it takes me 1 minute.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
I run out.
Okay.
I run out, and I go, "Hey, Briar,
Why, yes.
I got this for you.
and I put the sash on her.
Oh, thank you. It's
And I
beautiful.
also need a favor.
You need a favor? What is it?
Yes, I found these boots, and they were kind of big, and then they shrunk, and they matched to my feet now, and this ring, but I don't know what they do.
Oh, well, here, let me see.
Okay.
I'll hold my hands out
Okay.
and
I take
cast
off-
identify.
Yeah. I didn't even headbutt nobody.
She didn't even headbutt nobody.
Regardless, thank you for your patronage. What can I get for you today?
Wanted to headbutt somebody, but they said no.
He gets excited as you start saying, "Are you going to be performing tonight?"
We'll see.
And Tortang just kind of.
I don't
shrugs.
think that we. I don't know. I mean,
You guys didn't have a problem
look,
with
I-
slitting someone's throat in cold blood when they were
To be
asleep.
fair, they
but
didn't
now
know
that
about
we're,
that.
I cut nobody's throat. I was on your side with that
I
business.
said
This
you're
is
not
unlike
mad
you.
about it, and now all of a sudden, when we have
I'm not
someone who we
mad
know
about
has
it.
done
Walk around the
awful
room and try to
things,
find the
Call
clock.
rolling.
we're not even going to kill him.
Call
We're just
rolling.
gonna- We're just
I
going
was
to
stressed out.
Just roll it. So you're
I was
gonna,
legitimately on your
clock.
side.
Selena.
I'm going to
If
look
you're
for the
just going
clock.
ahead with it while they're
Let's get
arguing,
Let's do this.
I am.
Let's be the
you-
group that mutilates people. This will be great. No, this is good.
You get the feeling that 10 gold is rather expensive for a delivery service of a cake.
How about 4 gold, since the cake was so expensive? And I know that you ripped me off, and I know a lot of magic, and I could probably kill you, and nobody would bat an eye.
Oh God!
Intimidation check if
Roll-
I've ever heard one.
Yeah, roll me an intimidation check with advantage.
All right.
I use.
And it's like, it's Jenton, which I don't know how much you remember him, but he says, Brindley, it is good to see that you have returned unharmed and safe. Unlike your other friend who paid me the compliment, I really liked him, so I'm sad that he is dead. Also, I'm sorry if that me bringing up that he is dead may have caused you any flashbacks or pain.
Is this Jinton the Dum Dum Guard?
Yeah.
Hey, save Lady and Dahlia, and all the while knocking down the people who are in our way, versus going ballistic and destroying everything.
Told us to do? Clock told us to clear out.
Yeah,
every
exactly.
floor. And I mean, if Clock's behind us murdering them, I like Clock. I kind of want to kill everyone now.
Oh God. So Ness, we don't know much about this fire. Should I touch it?
I don't know that I've ever had cake. What is it?
It's good.
Good.
And chocolate and tastes delicious.
Sorry, it's half gone.
Well, that's fine. I'll try some.
Okay.
How do you eat it?
With your mouth.
So okay.
With your mouth. I mean, you're not wrong.
Well, this seems like a strange custom, but I've seen other people do this kind of thing, and I will bite the cake.
Oh.
I was hoping, yes.
I mean, that's how I was eating it, actually. Not that me.
So Briar kind of leans down and...
I'm back, lady!
Is this what it's like not to get hurt in a fight?
I'm gonna follow her.
Okay.
Because I like this feeling. It is very nice. I mean, I don't like watching you guys get hurt. That sucks, but it's not me getting hurt.
I got hurt this time. I don't like it.
Now I know how you feel every fight, Cleve.
Right? Except I've been, like, knocked unconscious a few times, and it hurts.
Yeah, but you have a big old shield, though.
It's true. He does have a big
Just
shield.
a little boy.
You could get a little boy shield.
Shut up. I want a big boy shield.
Oh, well, wait till you're a big boy, then.
I don't want a shield. I ain't a bitch.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, you seem to almost lose them for a second when you realize the strides have gotten longer, almost as if perhaps he picked up his pace. He might be running. But it still
looks like he picked up his pace. He might be running.
That's my favorite part.
That's what I was going to say.
So.
Love you, Rex.
I love you too. So, as
This is my favorite thing, man. Oh.
Well, that's money I'm never getting back.
Well, do you want your cart?
How are we gonna? How you said that earlier, and I assumed this was just another one of those things that you say because you think you're bigger and stronger than you are. But if you actually,
bigger and stronger than I am.
But well, between the two of us, maybe we could pull the cart.
Nah.
He looks it over and like he holds his hand out for a second for you to hand it to him. I just need to inspect it.
Can you just take my word for it? It's from Carrick. He touched it last.
Can you just open it and show me?
Okay.
One more time. Okay, well, I didn't see it one more time.
No, you only get
Just
two.
one more time.
This is the last time.
I don't think there's negotiating for this. Let's just show him. He's not gonna take it.
All right, fine.
And there's one time we went in this big tower and we pushed a guy from it.
Why would you do that?
He was bad. He was real bad.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah. And then, we saw this beautiful city, and then we saw this other city that I thought was beautiful, but Ness didn't think it was very beautiful. I don't think he liked it very much. You couldn't really see the sky, but there were all these cool reflections on the buildings, and I'd never seen anything like it. I thought it was amazing.
That sounds amazing.
It was amazing.
Now.
Oh, good.
You don't even know what a danger is.
So,
I got him not.
the rest of you retiring to your quarters, agreeing to keep watch overnight. Alistair, you find yourself back in the room with Risa, as that is.
Oh yes. Oh
that
yeah.
is she kind of like takes her. She had been reclining with her, like her elbow over her face. She says, "Is everything all right? You were out a bit late."
Yes, I was trying to feel out the group. I was worried that they might suspect that we are not exactly what we say we are. And I think they may. They may suspect that we are not exactly what we say we are, but they're completely off track. Not very bright, as it turns out. Not as bright as I had maybe given them credit for originally.
Make me a deception check. With that fancy +8.
What's 14 plus 8?
Doesn't
22. 22. She looks you up and down and says, "Did you get any other good insight?"
What were we? Not really. It was kind of a lengthy conversation about their sort of plans and our intentions. I could feel them trying to ferret information out of me, so most of it was just sort of talking them in circles.
I see. Well, we should be arriving at the port in the morning, and we should be able to... Well, we should be able to grab Marsilius then.
I think that sounds right. And then find another ship back to the place we were before.
You came from White Rock. You're trying to get him back to Svelton.
But her contact is
Yes.
To take him back to Svelton is in White Rock, right?
Yeah, that's where you guys would head first.
So yeah, we got to go back there.
Yeah. Well, just be ready for tomorrow. We don't know what sort of how quickly we will need to move or when we will need to grab him, but you just have to be ready for anything.
Absolutely.
When it's our opportunity, I expect you to be ready to move quickly.
Of course, on my guard always.
She kind of gives you a nod and says, "Well, on that note, I'm going to go to bed, and well, best of rest to you." As she kind of like then turns over and kind of pulls the blanket over.
Yes, likewise. And I just sort of, I think I'm gonna lay there for a while. I don't know if I'm gonna actually go to sleep.
Okay. Very good. So the rest of you, as you kind of keep watch throughout the night, taking turns, you don't see anything happen as you kind of keep a lookout, except at one point, Dragathiel, as you're kind of sitting up, like looking around, you do see Risa kind of come out of her cabin. She sees you for a minute and kind of gives you a nod. You see her go grab. She comes back with a cup of water.
Wasn't Dragathiel in my room with me?
No.
Yeah, it's just me and Sam.
Yeah, she wasn't at the she didn't go to the captain's quarters, so I don't think she knows that they're on watch.
I would assume
with
you guys
me.
would have told each other that you were taking watch.
Sure, I sent mine bullets.
I mean, that's... well, I'm just saying that if you didn't, between the two of... If it was just you and Sam, one of you is going to have a point of exhaustion, so I assumed...
Yeah.
Maybe bad assumption.
Sure. That's a great assumption.
I would have sent mine bullets.
I say,
Let's go with that. Let's do
An
that.
excellent assumption.
I find it weird that you wouldn't have told your party, but if you want to not tell your party,
let's
I'll
just
rewind this conversation.
Yep.
Plus, it was a meaning...
Yeah, but what about the horses in the cart, guys?
What are we going to do with the body?
What are we gonna do?
Why?
What is the most amazing thing we could argue this
The
time?
only movement that any of you see over the evening is that she apparently went out to get water at some point, and she kind of gives you a nod and goes back to sleep. However, as the morning comes, there's just a slight knock on each of your doors, except for you, Alistair, who happen to be in the same room. Waking you guys a little earlier than normal. As you kind of look out, the sun is just barely beginning to peak over the horizon. As they're like, Captain requested that we gather you all quietly and take you up. This is Kip, by the way, you see him kind of like rubbing his eyes. So if you would come with me.
Who is he saying this to?
He just kind of gently, him and Kep, knocked and kind of just very lightly knocked and brought all of you out.
Thank you. You guys are the best.
Yes, I know. And they both say that at the same time. As they kind of like wave you on. You make your way up to the top of the deck, and the captain's kind of standing there, says, "So, what is the plan?"
I think we have resources at our disposal at the very least to incapacitate Risa in some way and get her off the boat. If she resists and it becomes violent, then it becomes violent. We will do everything at our disposal to, of course, preserve the integrity of this vessel, not just because we're on it, but out of respect to you, sir. I look at kind of the rest of you guys with a sort of look.
As you can see, he kind of waves his hand over to the right. He says, "We've prepared one of our drop crates, and just thankfully they're not that expensive." But he kind of looks at you, Alistair, and he says, "Seeing as how you brought this down on me, if you wouldn't mind."
Wait. Sorry, I think I spaced out there for.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not there.
I'm suddenly.
You're
Yeah,
not
I'm
there.
suddenly with the party. Okay.
You are not there. But he does look at the rest of you. Says, "I will expect compensation from someone once this is all said and done. Can't be just pushing."
I'm there,
cargo
right?
aboard for free." Yeah, you're there. All four of you are there except for Alistair.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Without
Would only be
without a
fair.
question.
You've been beyond helpful. There's no worries there.
You guys at this point are up above the deck for about an hour or so until at this point, Alistair, I don't know if you slept last night or not. Perhaps off and on as you kind of
in spurts, yeah.
Yeah. But at this point, about an hour after they've passed by, Risa begins kind of shifting in her bunk, and you see her kind of get up and put on the rest of her gear as she kind of like pads and makes sure she's got all of her equipment. She's all right. Well, shall we? Got a day ahead of us, and I think we ought to be up early and prepared.
Absolutely. So yeah, I get up and I put all my stuff on and I follow her out.
Okay. You guys see as Alistair and Risa, with Vord not too far behind, make their way up to the deck. Vord kind of still like, let me make sure. Oh yeah, he's failing. He feels his checks real bad. I don't know why. I don't know. I keep rolling bad for him, but he rolled a 4. He's still not feeling well. You can kind of see him like stumbling around and making his way like over to lean on the railing.
My punch was too strong.
It just took him out of the game. Yeah. You see as they kind of make their way up, and Alistair, you kind of look around as they're all kind of like at different positions, like minding their own business around the boat.
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys doing?
I'll go check on Vord and just ask him how he's feeling and say,
I'm still not, I mean, better than yesterday, I guess, but still not, like, really not good.
It might help you if you come to the front of the ship and look forward for a little while. That's what helped Alistair and Mercy as well. I mean, it's helped me before when I've had issues. Maybe.
Yeah. Roll me a persuasion check with advantage on that.
I thought it crashed. It didn't. Okay. 13.
Okay.
Wait, advantage means I roll twice.
Yes, and then take the higher one.
Yep, 13.
Okay. Yeah, so he's like, oh, okay, if it'll think it'll make me feel better, I guess then I guess that it's fine. And he follows you up to the front of the ship. At this point, yeah. He seems cooperative.
Okay. Mind bullets to them. I'm gonna try and distract him while y'all do all this fun stuff.
Do I hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where are Mercy and Ness?
So Mercy and Ness, where are you guys on the ship in relation to everybody else? Where's everybody on the ship right now?
I had planned on staying relatively near to. I was actually planning on sort of asking to speak to Risa sort of in private over towards wherever this crate is. In the general the ballpark of it.
Okay. Sure. She sees you, and are you just waving her over?
Yeah.
She looks at you, Alistair, and says, give me a minute. I need to go speak with this one, apparently. And she kind of makes her way over to you, says, yes, how can I help you?
Well, I suspect the best way that you could help me right now is just to get into this crate.
And she kind of notices the crate behind you seemingly for the first time. Why? Are we children now playing house?
No, this is very serious and not a game. And I would very much appreciate it, and I believe all of my compatriots would as well, if you would just save yourself and everyone else a lot of trouble and just get in the crate.
Tell me. She kind of glances over her shoulder. It was Alistair, wasn't it?
Does it really make a difference?
It does to me.
Well, I'm not interested in what makes a difference to you. I'm interested in whether you're going to get into the crate. I have worked very, very hard to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Yours, in fact. But if you take your life into your own hands, I can't promise you that my friends won't make trouble.
I'm up on the top deck too, right? Is there? Can I hear this discussion? I imagine.
Me and Ford are far away from this, right?
Yeah, you guys are on the front of the ship, right?
Okay. Yeah, you guys are about.
I was trying to get him as far away as possible.
You guys are about 30 or so feet away from
okay,
the
good.
location the crate is. I mean, Mercy, you can be close to Ness if you want to, but I assumed you guys are decently close together, but he's kind of pulled her to the side. He's probably 5 or 10 feet away from you. Ness, roll me a persuasion check first.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Boop. Oh, fuck. It's 5?
She's not getting in that crate.
She ain't getting in that fucking crate. I tried, boys.
Why
tried.
was this? Nope, not what we agreed.
Sit, Bobo, sit.
It's almost like asking her to get in was not was not the most effective.
How did? That's not what we had planned. I thought, but okay.
She looks at you.
We didn't have like a signal or a trigger or whatever.
But
like,
I thought the idea was we were gonna put her to sleep and then put her in the crate.
You're gonna have plenty of opportunities to try and put her to sleep.
In any case, that's not what happened.
Did we establish? Did we establish? Wait, can I hear this? Can I hear it or see it? If I saw her come up on to the deck and Ness pull her over, my immediate attention would be to that.
I mean, yeah, you're not far away. You can make your way up towards the end, but
we're all watching it at least from afar, right?
Yeah, I mean, you.
Where's Cookie?
This is sort of like the thing that's happening. I would imagine you guys are at least paying attention.
I'm like keeping it in my peripherals, but I'm also trying to talk to Ford.
Okay.
And like give him the like.
As she.
I hope you're all right. I heard. Oh, sorry. Go.
Now, as she hears this and then sees you approaching, Mercy, she says, "All right, perhaps I will." And then she begins to walk towards the crate, and then quickly, I'm gonna need you to make an acrobatics check, Ness, as she's going to attempt to grab you.
10.
She also rolled a 10. As she goes to grab you, and she pulls out one of the scimitars off her thing, apparently trying to catch you around the neck, but you just managed to squeeze out. She says, "Vord!" She kind of, what? From the front of the ship. I need you guys to roll initiative.
Yay!
Well, I was gonna.
I'm gonna go ahead and put on my seduction mask.
Wait, all of us and like me?
All of you. I need all of you.
I put on my wizard mask and robe.
Damn it!
Let me go ahead and throw on that seduction mask.
Still did 20, right?
Yes.
I try.
Plus your initiative, which is right next to the thing that looks like a shield.
I'm like,
Wait. It's next to the. Oh, okay.
It's not my fault you guys didn't come up with like a trigger or a signal or anything like that.
You didn't ask.
We did talk about.
Talk to us.
what
You
we
were
were
just
gonna
kind of
do.
like, get in the crate.
To be fair, you all have
Pretty
mouths.
sure the idea was putting her.
I
to sleep.
tried to get it. I tried to fit it
Thought
in.
we were like, oh, like
tried to
I'll talk to
squeeze
her
it.
separately, so you guys can all get away from
Nope.
the spell, so that I'll put her to sleep. Like I thought we all discussed it.
girl.
Okay.
You can still put her to sleep. Nothing's
But you
stopping
have to be.
I wanted to talk to her for like a
It'll
second.
affect everybody if you guys. Are
Okay, so you put me to sleep and you put her to sleep.
Anyway, I rolled a 10.
Okay, good point. Wait, initiative. Oh, +3.
Everybody
so I got
roll initiative, yep.
11. Great.
Okay. So, what did you get, Sam?
10.
All right. And and Alistair, you got 11.
11, yeah.
Okay.
No, 12. Sorry, 12. I can do math.
Rain.
19.
19. All right.
Thank God for you. Thank God for you,
Dragathiel?
child.
15.
Okay. Oh, that actually.
Team coming through. You roll
All
them
right,
dice.
and Mercy.
7.
Okay. Ness, you're the first one to act as she goes to try and like grab you. You slip out of her grasp. What are you doing?
I'm going to cast Calm Emotions.
Ooh.
Okay. What's the save on that?
Charisma 14.
Okay. And just to double check, is there anything having to do with if they are currently engaged with you listed in that spell, just so that I'm aware?
Make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that it is hostile toward. That's it.
Okay.
Indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell, or if it witnesses any of its friends becoming harmed.
Okay. Sure. As you said, it was 14.
14 charisma, yeah.
She got 13. So as she goes to like, she suddenly like starts to put it down and look around at the situation. What are you doing?
There's no need for hostility. We can still resolve this without violence.
Okay.
Can I speak up to her? I'm gonna be.
What is the duration of this?
Duration of Calm Emotions is 1 minute.
Okay. She looks at you and she says, give me a good reason why I should leave.
If you stay on this boat, my friends will kill you.
Roll me a
I'm
persuasion
trying to
check
avoid this.
with advantage.
Advantage. Let me make sure I have that. Okay. Boop. Fuck. Shit fucks. Dude, I'm all of my good rolls are coming on the wrong time. 11.
Okay. Yeah, as you said, she says, I'm sorry, but I don't find it the most compelling reason. You all, she says, well, all of you, while adorable, I don't think you have what it takes to beat me. And you see, she pulls out her other scimitar at that point, just preparing. At this point, it would be her turn, but she kind of looks around at all of you. And she says, as Vord kind of looks up, she says, hold on, Vord. Give me a moment. And she then looks at, as Mercy's approaching, she looks at the two of you, she says, perhaps if you were to, I don't know, pay me the sum which I am due, then this can all be forgotten, and we can walk away. She looks at you, Mercy, she says, I know your family, I know you have quite a bit of coin.
What's
Fair.
the sum?
So, well, it would have been split 3 ways, but we'll consider it split in half, seeing as how this one is...
Just say the total.
The total would have been 2,500 gold pieces. So if you could come up with, but 1,200 and...
1,200?
Yeah. Then perhaps we can make this work.
Okay. I'm gonna pull out my gold.
No.
My gold purse.
No.
Well,
My
as
little
you...
gold satchel.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull it out. I'm gonna open it and look inside. You know, take stock of how much I have. Just gonna cinch it. I'm gonna throw it to her. And as I toss it, I'm gonna do I'm very damnedest to stab her with my cursed rapier. When she goes to catch it.
Okay. I knew that shit. God fucking.
At the same time, I'm gonna send a mind bullet to Vord.
I'll say as this was happening, because technically Mercy is the last in the turn order.
Oh, sorry.
Did any of the rest of you, Dragathiel, Vord, Alistair, and Bate, want to ready anything? Because Vord's just kind of at this point, he's like, oh, never mind. Did you want to ready anything based on what the outcome of Mercy's conversation is?
Okay, yeah. So this is like his shit is basically. I'm trying to. Sorry, like that's on the stack. That's gonna like happen no matter what, right?
It's gonna happen last. You guys see him talking. You don't know that he's about to attack her, but
we don't know. We don't know that he's about to attack her.
No, you just know that he's currently she's calmed down and he's kind of reached out to her. Calm emotions. Let me see.
Yeah.
Last 1 minute. It's been a solid 30 seconds at this point at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna ready charm person for Vord.
Okay. Very good. Dragathiel.
And then for me, I'm readying command for Risa.
Okay. What will be the trigger? Like if she does do it?
Grovel.
No, but I'm saying so there has to be a trigger when you ready a command? Yeah, like basically like if she does this or if this happens. Then...
essentially like if whenever Mercy goes to attack her at any point in time, I think there's a chance that she can retaliate against Mercy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make her drop.
Okay, so basically if there's any sort of conflict, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sorry, I want to just clarify how this. So readying is like a technical thing that you do.
Yes. So readying an action basically means you are not going to act right now, but as soon as X happens, you do Y.
Gotcha. As soon as that happens. All right. On a particular condition.
Yes.
The condition's met. Okay.
Wait a second. Hold on. Can I charm more than one person at a time?
You might can if you cast at a higher level, but they might have to be within a certain range.
It says 2 additional targets. Holy crap! Wait, yeah.
So
creature must be within 30 feet of each other. Is everybody within 30 feet of me? Right?
No, they're a little out of range. You could begin moving that way as Mercy's having this conversation.
Okay. Doing that.
Okay. So that is command.
We're gonna charge forward, right?
Vord and Risa.
She can, so if you're casting at a second level or higher, you can target 1 additional creature for each slot, each level slot. So she could target both of them. So we have Dragathiel with command. Bate is going to attempt to charm them. Alistair, is there anything you wanted to do as this is playing out?
So is this first of all, does sleep affect me if I'm within the 20 feet of the point I choose?
I'm gonna say not, but it will affect everybody else that is in that, which would be Ness and Mercy.
Right.
Are you right beside them? But
I was following with Mercy.
Okay. So.
Okay, so all of them.
It starts with it starts. The way it works is it would start trying to put to sleep whoever has the lowest hit points. Looking at the 3 of them, it's a tough call between like as you're just kind of gauging how tough they are between the 3 of them because they're all pretty tough. What is it? Just for the record,
I don't know what their hit points are.
No, you have no idea.
Okay.
I'll check and let you know. But if you wanted to try it, it is a gamble on your part.
Yeah, because I was thinking I would do it if she attempted to retaliate. But
to be fair, that would be really hilarious if you put 2 of the wrong people to sleep or something.
I know exactly. No, if I just picked out my spells like an hour before this started, so I'm still sort of like figuring them all out.
I mean, you don't have to do anything if you just want to abstain.
I know I don't, but I want to do something fun.
Okay, sure.
No, I'll just wait. I'll just see how everything plays out.
Okay, so you'll take a stand back from this round as you don't know what's gonna fold. So as this round is going, actually Ness, you'll need a ready action too because it's gonna go to Mercy, and then it'll be straight back to you.
Okay.
After, yeah. So
Okay. I
So
wasn't sure.
Mercy, as you do this, go ahead and roll an attack as you see her starting to reach for the sack. I'll even give you advantage on the attack because she's calmed emotions and you're
and I'm tossing
distracting her with the coin. Yes. While we have this short lull, I just want to say, hey, BB, thank you for hosting.
16.
16. Oh, let me see.
Wait. No, sorry. Wow. 22.
That is significantly different.
20's turning into 22s left and right tonight.
Woo!
That's that is super fun. Yes, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage. As you see her kind of reaching for it, you like lean in just under where she's reaching and just catch her in the ribs.
Wait, I need to roll damage. I don't know why I rolled a d20.
That would be cool, but no.
Yeah, I was like, that's a lot of fucking damage.
What do you roll for damage?
Oh, let's go.
So if you look at under your actions, it'll tell you beside each weapon.
Okay, thank you.
4.
4 damage. Yeah. So as you go up, catch her in the middle of the ribs, she's like, ah! Suddenly, the rage returns to her eyes. Are you gonna go and follow up with another attack?
Yep.
Okay.
With my, So, yeah, I'm gonna follow up with the other attack.
Okay. Do it.
Do I? Am I still rolling with disadvantage on this?
Wait, no. Well,
like,
for your
disadvantage because it's not the weapon.
It was only your first attack that was going to get advantage. Yeah, the second one will still be disadvantage because of the
because it's the curse.
Because it's not. Yeah, because of your curse. Absolutely.
Right. So I mentioned it like last time. I forgot to change it on my sheet, but I switched back to the old rapier that I had instead of the longsword. But I'm gonna it's like my sheet doesn't show.
Sure. No worries. Yep. Go ahead. What did you roll to hit on the second one?
9.
9 is not gonna hit. As the first attack stabs out and catches her, she then tink, bats your second attack. She parries it aside with her scimitar. Anything else you want to do before everybody else's actions fire off?
Can I try and No, I'm just gonna try and stare her dead in the eyes, not moving, steadfast, and just call it a turn.
Okay. Very good. So with that, Dragathiel, your action would be first. Okay. So you're commanding her to drop, basically. What is her save against that?
Wisdom 14.
All right, let me see. Well, she rolled a natural 16, so yeah, she ends up making that. She tells you, you see her for a second stare at you as you guys hear this kind of booming command voice come out of Dragathiel from behind you. Is there anything else? Well, actually, no, that's your readied action. So, Bate, you would be up next, I believe. Yes, you would be up next with your readied action. So you're casting Charm Person.
Both of them.
On both of them. Okay, so that'll be a second level spell. So make sure you mark off your second level spell slot.
What does that mean?
Oh, actually, you can only cast things at the highest level because you're a warlock.
Yeah.
Yep. So you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, because I'm like, what? I don't see anything on that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That's.
Also, I have when I look at spells, it says +7 spell attack. What does that mean?
That's for when you roll, when you're actually attacking. This is not if you Eldritch Blast or a Firebolt or.
But isn't this an attack
Nope.
on their minds?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
So it'll be whatever your spell save DC is what you're gonna want to roll, or what she needs to save against. Which it should say if you click the spell, it'll tell you.
Where did it go? Okay, Charm Person. Second level, you can hit one additional target. Creature must be within 30 feet of you. F is the.
I can check on your sheet real quick.
There should be a little thing that says save/DC usually at the top, closer to the top where it lists general info.
On Charm Person?
Yeah, it'll say attack save before, above even where the description of the spell is that you're reading. It's second level. It'll say attack/save.
Attack save Wisdom 15. Sorry, yeah.
15. Okay. Let me see. So Vord definitely doesn't make it. So Vord is charmed, and she will That's a total of 1. So as you're, yep. So as they go to both, like you see him kind of turning around, she goes to ready her attacks on him. They both glance at you. You can tell that they are now charmed. They are currently under your spell, Bate. What are you doing?
So I don't even know what I can do. I can just like.
So so they can't attack you, and basically you have advantage on any attempt to persuade them to do something. Gotcha. So if you Okay. Yeah, that's basically what the gist of it is. Gotcha. Is that if you're trying to convince them of that, then you can certainly try and do that. So it'll definitely make Vord easier to talk to.
Risa, I think you should get into the cart.
Okay.
It would be really much safer for you. Or you can stay
Crate.
if you want. In the crate. The
Crate cart.
whatever it is.
Yeah, roll me a persuasion check with
Who cares
advantage.
about the horses. We don't want to kill you.
Okay. Yeah, roll a persuasion check with advantage, and let's see how you do.
That's too many sprains. Oh, I rolled a 19. Wait, what do I add? Persuasion +4.
She kind of looks at you for a second, like just kind of entranced by the sound of your voice and just the serious look in your eyes. She says, yes, and you see her, so she starts to put her scimitars back, which is, yes, perhaps that does make more sense. I think you're right, and I shall go ahead. And she goes ahead and walks into the crate. You see her kind of like sit down in the corner. She seems a little confused, but
We wish you no harm.
she just kind of nods. At this point,
Mind bullets to everyone. Set it free now. Send it. Go. Get rid of this fool. Let's go.
At this point, you see Vord he's walking towards the crate. He's like, oh, I need to go with Risa. She seems like she needs my help. As he kind of like makes his way towards the crate.
Vord, do you really want to go with her?
Oh, well, yeah, she takes care of me.
You could stay with us. We would help you too. And we'd be much nicer.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage, as he is charmed.
Well, I mean, I want his honest opinion.
Well, you charmed him,
Yeah,
and you
I know.
asked him to stay.
Well, I didn't ask him to stay. I just asked him if he wanted to stay.
And he said no.
And I said we'd be much nicer.
And then you try to get him to stay by saying, stay with us, we'd be much nicer. So
Mhm.
you're trying to persuade him not to get into the crate.
Okay, he can go. Put him in the cart. Crate. Bye bye.
He will get in
fucking horse.
either the crate or cart, one of the two, as he makes his way over there. He's like, hey, Risa.
Bye.
What's this crate contraption? Does it have a parachute? Like
It does,
from what
yes.
Okay.
Mind bullets. Please send them on their way.
They're gonna be fine.
So
They're gonna do great.
I need then so the three of you that are closest, Ness, Mercy, and Dragathiel. I need you all quickly make me first. Whoever would like to make dexterity checks to seal the box, do so. The two of you, and then as like one of you may assist. So okay, Ness is gonna seal the box, and whoever wants to help can help, and he'll get advantage on that.
I'll help.
Okay, so you get advantage as you quickly like get the box sealed up. Go ahead and roll. See how quickly you can do it.
Just trash, like below average, all like a 9 and an 8. So with Dex, that's 11.
Mine's 16.
At this point, so an 11. Yeah, it's taking you. You're kind of fumbling, like trying to get the nails in there as quickly as you can. You hit a little bit of turbulence. You're missing.
If I see them struggling, can I jump in and try to help?
Sure, I will let you go ahead and roll a dexterity check as you. But as Ness is kind of like, as you're doing this, you hear from the inside, Reese is like, wait, how?
Okay.
If we're sealed inside this crate, how do we?
And do I get to take any actions, or like do we have to like wait for it to come back?
And no,
around?
you can go ahead and go.
Well, I'll roll first, and that's a D20, right?
Mhm,
Always the
for
D20.
dexterity.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm adding, Dex, where is it? 15, dang it.
15 total?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's still pretty decent as you manage to, as you're like, God, give me that, as you kind of see Ness kind of struggling with this, you kind of quickly seal everything up, and then whoever would like to push the box off, Dragathiel, roll me a strength check. Who's helping her with this?
I feel like I defer to Mercy.
Okay, so Mercy,
right.
both of the two of you both roll me a strength check.
16.
Okay.
14.
Okay, you guys both start. Vord is a very big guy. As the two of you are like, you kind of lean into it, and so like, and then falls off the edge. You say,
Wait. Right before it does, can I just try and catch the parachute with my rapier that's still drawn? Just cut it. Like on the way, like as it's like just sliding past. I'm assuming the crate first, then parachute trails in the last second.
It's quick. You can roll an attack.
Don't kill Vord.
Just a flat attack.
I'm doing it with my cursed weapon, by the way.
You're trying to cut a line with a piercing weapon.
Yep. It's a fabric.
So
21.
Tell me exactly how you're doing this, just so I'm super clear. And to be clear, you need
okay.
a 20 to hit that, so you're really lucky.
Jesus, really?
Yes.
So what I'm imagining is I have the crate and we shove it. So the parachute would be, how would it be positioned?
It's like, basically, it kind of sits. The way it actually works, they have a mechanism that actually makes it kind of deploy when it gets lower down. It's kind of compacted on the top.
Perfect. Then I'm trying to just puncture the top of all the way through as deep as I can go through the crate.
Okay. Yeah.
Through the parachute, through the crate, as far as I can go, right on it.
Okay.
As much damage as I can deal.
Okay. Yeah. Just for shits and giggles, roll me damage.
Eight.
Okay. As you puncture it, you leave a hole, you pull out where your rapier was, and you see it kind of go off the edge, and it falls for a bit, and then it does pop open, and suddenly you see the small hole kind of grow larger as it seems to be kind of picking up speed. But the chute is open. It kind of grows smaller and smaller out of your view as it begins to reach and fall down towards the water.
Is it close enough for me to cast Mend?
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say before it's falling over, like it's already fallen out of our view. That happened really quickly. So like.
What range is Mend?
Touch.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's touch. And I'm still.
Cricky, you look like you want to say something.
Away.
Trying to think if there's anything I can do, because just happened.
So when I saw him doing, he's clearly okay. Sorry, go ahead. I mean to interrupt you, Cricky.
Little Fallout parenthetical. Everyone disliked that.
Did the thing
Yes, we'll remember that.
Is he reached out and he tried to puncture the parachute.
He succeeded in puncturing the parachute.
Succeeded, right? But it's already
fuck that shit up.
Gone, cause, did I watch this happening?
Yeah, basically he pushed it over the edge, and as he did, he came over and just jammed his rapier down into it.
Right, but we're all watching it happen, right? So as it's happening, I could do something potentially.
I mean, it's quick, but yeah, you can. What do you want to do?
Because it's off, it's falling. If I have something that affects something up to 30 feet away from me, can I use that?
Barely. What is it?
Okay. I'm sorry, I was thinking about all this while you were explaining how the parachute
it's fine. Go ahead.
And where it's so it's out. Can I cast Mage Hand and just have it completely sever just yank the parachute off, or uncouple it or whatever, so there just is no parachute?
You can certainly try. Yeah, it'll be a dexterity check with disadvantages. This thing is being ripped off. You guys are flying pretty quick, and it's falling at the same time, so it's a diagonal.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I just figured
you can certainly try. Yeah.
All right, so dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Nope. 10 total.
Okay. Yeah, you reach out with the mage hand as this kind of ethereal glowing hand like just barely misses it as it. But yeah, that you see it falling. You guys now this far away. It's difficult to tell the outcome, but you see it kind of plummeting down towards the ocean. So, with that through. All of you now standing there, looking at each other. What are you guys doing as the captain kind of comes? He kind of looks at you, Mercy, kind of with a disapproving look.
Did I see it impact the water at like a velocity that would be fatal?
Roll me a perception check.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah.
Too. I'm definitely looking too.
Okay. I mean, you guys are really high up. See what? Yeah. I'll let everybody who wants.
11. Did you see let everybody roll?
Everybody go ahead
who
and
wants
roll.
to.
Everybody
14.
wants to.
14.
18.
22.
Perception is, it says passive wisdom.
So there's a non-passive version in your skills list. So I got 22, 18.
There it is. Okay, gotcha. Oh, 10. So.
10. As all of you look on, you really can't tell, except Dragathil. You can see as it impacts the water. There is a bit of, like a splash, like as far as you can tell from up here. I mean, it's tiny in your vision still. If it is possible somebody survived, but unlikely.
And also, they're in a crate with presumably.
Yeah,
with
I was just
in a bunch
thinking.
of water, right? So.
Would they not just have sunk and drowned?
I mean, it's difficult to tell from where you are. It look as best you can see.
I kind of forgot we were over water.
Yeah, I mean, you're close enough to the. I mean, you're probably like half a mile out from shore, but at this point, but yeah, it looks like it was a hard impact. It fell pretty fast, but Dragathil, it is hard to tell. It seems as though most people probably would have died just from the impact, but it's.
Shame.
So, with that taken care of, you guys now all standing in a bit of a stunned silence as the captain looks around.
I am going to stalk over to Mercy.
Okay.
That was not necessary. Vord didn't do anything. He was just following her orders because she took care of him. You didn't have to do that.
Right.
Why did you do that?
I wanted to. It's pretty simple.
Why?
Well, now we don't have to worry about them anymore.
We didn't have to worry about them when they were in the crate, Mercy. That was the whole point of putting them in the crate, was so that we wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. They were in there. They were locked in there.
So
and it's not even them. They can't. They're off the side. They can't hurt you. It's your mom who has the thing that can track you. They can't do anything to you. When Selena killed that guy. When Selena killed that guy,
I'm walking
you
away.
were on my side. You said it was wrong. You said it was wrong to kill someone in cold blood, and now I see you doing it yourself.
And people change, Ness. The situation's different.
You just wake up one morning and you're like, I'm a cold-blooded murderer.
Yeah. What do you want me to do? Apologize? It's happened. It's done. If you want to throw me overboard, go for it. Let's go. It's done. And I'm not going to apologize for it.
I hate to interrupt this little family squabble, but I would like to remind you all that that Risa does have an object still in her possession that helps her track your friend here. And also, if we left them alive, that would be pretty bad for me. And also, they'll probably give word back to his mother. So the next people who come, be it them or anyone else, are not going to be as kind and friendly and easily dealt with.
Well, good. Then we don't have to play around, play games. It's almost easier, quicker if they just attack.
Is that what this is? Trying not to just straight up murder people. It's just a game. That's what you see it as. It's just playing games. Real, actual, living creatures. It's just a game to you.
I don't know. It just felt right. Okay. It felt like it had to happen.
Ever since you got that sword, all you talk about is killing.
Mind bullet to Ness.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to understand when the sword is influencing him. You bringing it up is only going to make you an enemy.
Don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It has to be said.
I'm gonna glare at Bate because I know what she did. Look, you guys can talk about. You can send your messages, to each other, and you can talk about this all you want. But it doesn't have to be bigger than what it actually is.
It's murder. It doesn't get any bigger than that. It doesn't get any bigger than that.
It's murder.
I'm not making it a bigger thing. It is the biggest thing. You took life.
Yeah, 2 of them.
You had the choice. You had the choice to spare people, regardless of their motivation. They couldn't harm you. They could not harm you, and you made a choice. And ever since you got that sword, you've been making that choice more and more. I was willing to go along with it. I was willing to say, look, maybe it is just. Maybe there's something righteous about this, but it's clearly not. Not.
Mercy, how could you? You told me. You're the one that told me to value life. You convinced me not to burn everything. How could you do that? How could your principles just change like that? You're my friend.
I know.
You are the one that told me I could beat the darkness in me. And you're...
But it doesn't have to be darkness.
It is, though. It is. It doesn't have to be. You're right. But that's what you chose. You chose for it to be darkness.
You perceive it to be darkness. That felt just to me.
Did that feel just to you, or did that feel just to your sword?
Maybe it's the same.
You're not the same, Mercy.
I'm better. I'm better now.
You call this better?
Yeah. Stronger. I had thought at least you'd understand that, Dragathiel.
Stronger? No. You've gotten weaker.
So what do we do now? What are we gonna do?
Nothing until we get off this ship.
So be it.
I made a promise and I intend to keep it.
So, with that settled, you guys now see ahead of you the port to which you are headed. And Mercy, as you go off, kind of sitting off on your own for a bit, just kind of angrily.
I'm not going to put my sword away. I'm going to keep it drawn.
Which is good because you begin to hear a voice. It says, yes, that was a good start, but we've got so much more to do. It says, but I can already feel us growing closer. Soon. As the voice kind of fades. I've got an upgrade for your sword now, which I'll be adding to the description very shortly.
Okay.
But basically, as you attack people now, for each time you kill, you will get a boon. So for the first kill you get this, for the second kill you get that, so on. Those go away at the end of a long rest.
Do I know what the boons do? Or are you gonna send that to me?
I'll send it to you. It'll be yeah.
And do I get 2 because there was 2?
No.
people in the
No,
crate.
you don't get boons right now. I'm saying from the future that you now have a
Yeah,
bond
yeah.
closer with the sword. So whenever you kill something,
Oh,
you'll get
okay.
something for that. You'll get something for.
More boons, please.
Yeah.
Boon me up, Captain.
So.
Maddie, stop.
He goes, makes his way, leaving the rest of you kind of standing there in an awkward silence as the captain says, "Well, says you do realize that even once we land, there's a bit more journey ahead. Because if I mean, when we land, if I need to get rid of him, it says we haven't finished discussing exactly the course we're taking, but I expected we'd be going a little further in. Once we reach the port, we'll have to travel by river further into the forest. So it'll be probably at least a few more days of travel. Is he going to be a problem?" Can't hear you.
Everything. What's that?
Couldn't hear you.
Oh, I did say that I would do everything in my power to keep you and your crew safe, and I meant it. As long as that takes, as long as that takes. After that, we'll reconcile our differences.
Okay.
No, if they're when the next ship back to the other White
Rock. Mm-hmm.
White Rock
Mhm.
might be. I don't know that I'm needed here anymore. My work is done, really, and that situation is resolved. I guess in whatever way it was resolved. So
I don't know about that. We might be needing, an extra person.
The captain just
We've
goes,
been
"Well,
losing people left and right lately, to be fair.
And down.
really, that's a sparkling endorsement of your crew.
The captain kind of leans and says, "Well, that is the way of adventuring, but I'll leave you to it to have this conversation." He just kind of walks off. You see him he gives you a look as he passes by Mercy, but it doesn't seem to carry any emotion. So, as the rest of the time passes, you guys make your way down towards what you've been told is the port of Osharen. It is a relatively small port. It is right on the border of Listoria and Valarin.
What's it called again?
So it's almost like ocean, but R-E-N. Dragathiel, at least, whoever speaks Elvish would know essentially that the Ren is usually means port in Elvish. It's kind of their like extension for port on the word. So it's basically almost means like ocean port. It's a very generic name.
Osharen?
Yeah, Osharen. Yeah.
Osharen.
Ocearen.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. As you guys put down there, the captain kind of steps off and says, "Well, we'll only be here a few hours. You're welcome to look around, but don't go far, or we will be leaving you behind. We do have a shipment to deliver, after all. Osharen is it's a welcoming town if you can ever have time to visit it, but we're gonna have to follow the river for a couple days and head a bit further inland. Actually, reach a little bit further in of the border here, but." Well, anyways, if you have any business, if you need to get at this point talking to the four of you with Mercy still kind of off on his own, if you need to be getting rid of your friend, just let me know. We can have him removed, but just let me know. I hate to see a party break up. I've seen it too many times, but sometimes it has to happen. And he just kind of walks away. You see him kind of go down and talk to one of the dock masters, kind of talking about things, and you see he's kind of pointing down the river, kind of indicating they're going further in. And there's a short bit of an argument as they appear to be discussing something, and you see him kind of like whisper something into the guy's ear, and he kind of leans back and nods and so kind of waves him on as the ship pulls a little further in to a smaller dock a little bit down the river as you guys kind of disembark and You see the crew go off to grab a bit of local food and things like that. What are you guys doing?
How much time do we have? Sorry.
He said you probably have like 3 hours ish at most.
I'm gonna find Mercy.
Okay. Are you able to be found, Mercy?
I locked myself up in my quarters.
Okay. Yeah, you see him go downstairs and see his door closed.
I'm gonna go find Ness, wherever he's at. If we're together still, I don't know. And be like, so this is probably not a good time, but the sword thing seems interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I just strike up a conversation, just sort of like introducing the sword thing, but not trying to press it too hard.
Sure.
I guess.
Talking to you, Ness.
Are you doing okay?
Okay, just making sure.
I know it's hard to see a friend change, especially when it's unrecognizable.
Change. I appreciate your concern. But
perhaps it wasn't my place. I'm sorry.
People change over time. Somebody learns something, sees something, grows, has an experience. This is not change. This is magic.
Oh.
The sword is cursed. The sword needs blood, near as I can tell. Seeks some kind of vengeance, seeks some kind of evil.
Why does he have it? Or why does he keep it?
Because he's stupid.
Yeah.
And because it holds some sway over him. As I said, it's cursed. So I have a choice. I can walk away and leave him to it, to his killing, to be corrupted, to be lost. Or I can try to help. I don't expect you to care or understand, but if you're coming along, you should know. You should know this isn't him, not really.
Well, the young man who decided at the last minute spontaneously to end the lives of my two companions seemed quite a bit different from the man that I got to know a bit in the beginning. So I can certainly, that seems like it is definitely there's something's at odds with something else in him, and power corrupts, as I'm sure you know. Can the sword not be destroyed?
I don't know. We took it to have the curse removed, and it was beyond the skill of the maesters at the temple, which is unusual.
So
whatever it is, it's very powerful.
And the sword
Speaking
itself,
of power,
the physical object can't be. Okay.
Speaking of power, I saw you cast a spell there at the last moment. What was your intention?
The same as his. You made a judgment call that I didn't expect, that put my life in jeopardy. We hadn't taken the object that allowed her to track people's movement, and she knows who I am and what I had done, that I had betrayed her, and could easily return to the boy's mother and tell her what I had done. And that woman, it seems, has enough power and money to make that a very bad time for me. You did that without any thought for my well-being. So I had to take matters into my own hands and was unsuccessful. So you can be grateful for that, I suppose.
What a world it is where people feel justified solving their problems like that. What kind of person are you? He, at the very least, has an excuse, but you?
You don't know what kind of world I've been in to make me the person who I am.
I don't need to know. All I need to know is the person that you are.
Well, you think what you will. I had my reasons. I'm not going to risk my safety if I have alternatives.
So, Bate, as you go down, knock on the door. Mercy, you hear just a like on the door. He seems to be ignoring you.
Mind, Bullet, I know you're in there. Just talk to me, please.
What do you want? If you come to yell at me more, I can be pretty stubborn, and I will just block you out.
But why?
Does it matter why?
You're my friend. Of course it matters.
What do you want me to say? That it was a mistake? That was a lapse in judgment and that I regret it? Is that what you want me to say?
I want to be here for you. And I know the sword wants you to kill. I know it does. And I don't even care. I will help you kill people as long as they're bad. As long as they're people that are evil. I mean, honestly, Raisa, I couldn't give a crap about her. But Vord, he was just along for the ride.
Well, who gets to define what's good and what's bad? We have a lot in common, Bate, but we have just as much in differences. I did what felt right, and it's not gonna be the way you see it. And honestly, I don't know what I can say to make this right. But that seems more of your problem than it is mine, because I made my choice and I'm okay with it.
Then why weren't you not okay with it when Selena killed the guard? What? Is it you? I believe in you. I trust you. And you're not acting in the way that I've seen you act. You've shown me more compassion than anyone. You've been by my side. You've been my ally. You've been the one to bring me back from the darkness.
You talk as if this can't persist, like it won't continue to happen. Bate, I'm still here for you. When we were on the top of that tower, I was basically dead. It was a miracle I made it out of that alive. And then all of a sudden, this newfound strength to not just get by, just to smirk at a conversation and try and just be this pretty face.
You've never been
real strength, Bate.
You've never been just a pretty face. Did you really think so lowly of yourself before you got that weapon?
No, but it's not what I thought of myself. It's what everybody saw in me. It's the public image. That was the thing. I know who I am. I know who I am. And if you have a problem and everybody else
Who
in
are
seeing
you?
that,
Tell me who you are. Tell me why your mother is trying to get you. Tell me about you. Let me help you like you helped me. You're not alone. But you will be if you keep on this course, and you don't have to be. You don't have to be.
yes, I do.
Why? Why? Why is it okay for you to be on that course but not me? Why did you tell me that you would be there for me and you would have my back and not expect me to do the same thing?
I'm there for you.
You are, so why won't you let me be there for you? Why won't you tell me what's going on?
Because
I
don't know. I don't know. I thought I knew. I thought I had control, and it just happened. It happened. Okay? And the scariest part of this whole thing is I don't regret it. That terrifies me to my core. You don't think I see that?
I know.
We understand, right? I understand if you want to pull back and you don't trust me. I understand.
If I wanted to pull back and I wanted to not trust you, I wouldn't be here. I would have just stayed on the deck and minded my business. But I know that's not you. And I know that this is tearing you up.
What if I like it? What does that make me?
Same as me when I wanted to burn things to the ground. Do you want to try on my necklace and see if it helps you?
No. No.
Will you try it for me?
What's to be gained?
Maybe you can get a little bit more clarity into your thoughts. Maybe it can help you find what it helped me find. I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if it'll help. But I put this necklace on you same as I put the cloak on you when I saw you were trying to disguise yourself. I'm your friend. I am your ally. It's worth a shot, right? It's glowing more. It's definitely glowing more than when I died, kind of. But it's worth a shot, right? It's really pretty too.
Fine.
Okay. All right. All right.
I assume this conversation's been happening through the door this whole time, by the way.
Yeah, he's got to open the door.
Okay. So, yeah, you go to open the door, Mercy. You see Bate standing there, taking her necklace off.
Isn't it shiny?
Kinda.
So, sure. Are you taking it from her?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm putting it on him myself.
Okay. She puts it on you, and definitely it's not bright like it was. It's still just a glimmer of a spark on the inside, whereas before it was glowing very brightly. And as it kind of makes its way around your neck, you feel some warmth coming from it. But at the moment, it is not enough to override just the gnawing hunger you feel inside. But it's comforting at the very least.
Feels a lot better.
Are you able to put the sword down?
Can I
You don't have to.
Well, Mason, I'm gonna commune with the sword.
Okay.
I just need to get her off my back. Can I just sit you down for a moment? I've proven myself loyal.
For a moment, there's a pause, as if it's hesitant. You hear the voice kind of slowly creep back into your conscience. I think they see how strong we are becoming, and she wants to take you for herself.
It's not possible. She will not take you.
Roll me a persuasion check.
$13.
As the voice kind of quiets for a second, you go to try and put the sword down just on your bed, and as your hand kind of hovers there, just trying to let go, you find your hand instead closing tighter and tighter as you just can't bring yourself to put it down.
Look, Bate.
It's okay. It's all right.
I'm gonna twirl my ring. It's not the sword. I'm on edge, and
It's okay.
I know I can do it. I know I can do it. You just have to trust me, okay?
Okay. Go ahead and roll for that, Mercy.
Just pull it up. Okay. $14.
Okay. That was a success on that part?
Yeah.
Okay, then go ahead and roll persuasion then.
Uh, 17.
Sam, roll me an insight check.
$10.
Seems like he's okay. Maybe you got through to him, you're not sure. But he seems okay now.
But I don't notice that he can't let go of the sword.
No, you still notice that. It just... You believe that he believes at the very least that he's going to be okay. And that he's doing better right now.
Okay. Can I... Do you want to keep the necklace on?
You better keep it. It was trusted to you. And it has served you more than one occasion. So, however, we know, if I need it, I will let you know.
All right.
This clarity has been very helpful. Thank you. I remove it and give it back to her.
Okay. So, Dragathiel, Ness, the rest of you, as this conversation is going, Alistair, are you guys doing anything while you're in port, or are you just kind of waiting on the ship to get going?
I was gonna just go somewhere and meditate.
Which direction? Like, towards the forest or towards the shore? Or just into town? Where are you going?
I'm gonna go towards the shore.
Okay.
Just kind of hang out close to the pier.
Okay. Yeah. It's nice and calm. Nobody bothers you. And the air is very nice. The sound's very nice. I mean, this is the most you've ever seen of the ocean. So it's nice as you kind of like just go around and kick around and play with the sand a little bit and kind of build up a little bit, and it kind of washes away and just gives you, some deeper insight as you think about how the rest of things have gone. How things aren't permanent. How things can change really quickly. And you're not quite sure what that means for Mercy, but at the very least, you've put in some good thought and you've relaxed. So, everybody else, anybody doing anything? Or you guys good to go.
Just the usual.
Okay.
How much time do we have left? Like,
At this point, after you guys have had this conversation, I mean, there's probably another hour and a half, but you guys, just depends on what kind of task you want to do.
yeah, I just I was talking to Ness. I already talked to Ness. We had that fun exchange. Do I see Cricky sort of like wander off toward the?
Yeah, you would have. I mean, I don't think she was hiding it. You weren't sneaking off, were you? Yeah, you see her walk off.
Right, okay.
You see Dragathiel walking towards the store.
Just because I want to get a feel for like this group and like what their whole deal is, so I want to go over to her and just sort of, get her take on the vibe, because I think I'm undecided as to what my plans are and whether I'd like to.
Sure.
Whether this is something like whether it's worth sticking around with this group that has like a fuck ton of baggage and drama going on right now.
Sure.
Because like on one hand it seems hella exciting, and on the other hand there's a magic sword that I could sell for lots of money.
Right.
And and like eight other things that I can think of off the top of my head.
So yeah, as you see her just kind of walking ahead of you for a bit, just kind of on the beach, seemingly kind of lost in thought. She kind of moves some of the sand around. But yeah, you hear footfalls kind of approaching you from behind your Gathiel, just kind of the soft crunch of the sand.
Can I help you?
Hello. I didn't want to interrupt your meditation, but I just thought we might have a chat. I don't think we got to talk before, what with all the excitement.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Oh, I feel better now. I feel more calm, but it's been an interesting day, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Well, now that we got rid of the gentleman who misjudged your size right off the bat, I think that probably helps.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
No, it seemed you didn't like him at all.
I didn't like him. That didn't mean I necessarily wanted to push him off a cliff.
Fair enough.
Or out of a boat.
Fair enough. Yes, as it happened.
Not at least without a parachute. Oops.
Yeah. Well, you had made mention of potentially, you reached out and seemed to offer a potential spot with your group in your adventures earlier. Was that for show in front of the captain, or was that a genuine offer or suggestion, I suppose?
I'm gonna lay it out for you. Honestly, we've lost a lot of people lately. Some of them to things that weren't so bad, and some of them for reasons that we don't understand. And right now, one of them we could lose because of a stupid sword dinky thing. So, honestly, yeah, we probably could use the help right now if you're interested in some adventure. But on the other side of that, I promise you that if you deceive any of us in any way, I'll be the first one to come after you, because you don't hurt my friends.
That is good to know. I will keep that in mind. And then I don't say anything else. I'll just wander away. Just go back to whatever the fuck I was doing.
Okay. So at this point, as you all have returned to the ship and the captain kind of gathers you up, you make your way inward down the river, rather up the river, I suppose, for what amounts to another 2 days before you make your next stop. Anything that needs to happen along the way, just let me know. But otherwise, for brevity, yep, go ahead, Ty.
You said we were just gathered. Like,
I mean,
said the
as
captain
in,
gathered us.
well,
like,
as in
rounded us
he
up?
rounded you up. You're all on the ship now, but like you're not together. He's just making sure everybody was aboard.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, the day goes, and both days go a little bit awkwardly, as everybody's kind of got high tension at this point. You guys all sit down for meals, maybe not all together at this point. You sleep, you eat, you go back to sleep. The days go by. Nothing super eventful happens as you guys make your way to the next small little stop on your journey down the river. It's actually nobody's doing anything. Just check. I don't want to steamroll anybody if you had anything to do.
I'm gonna catch Alistair, after a meal,
Okay.
after dinner, returning to their quarters, something, I'm gonna pull him aside.
Okay.
I know you're probably getting a little bit of the cold shoulder too from your action that day, and just want to thank you for your assistance. And I know, regardless of how you feel about it now and having thought on it, you're different. And right now I probably could use a friend like you. I just want to thank you.
Well, you're quite welcome. I remember what it feels like to be utterly stripped of your freedom, and to have people try to take away that which is quite important to you, and to feel so little control over the entire experience. And I had my own reasons. It wasn't all charity, but you're quite welcome. And I agree. I feel quite a lot that we might be able to share together, in terms of experience. So
I agree. Alistair,
happy to have made a friend.
don't let them take the sword from you, please.
That I cannot promise. I don't know what the entire story is with this sword, but it seems like a pretty big deal.
You and I, we have a lot in common. With your deceit skills, my persuasive skills, we could do a lot of great things together.
Or terrible things.
That's true.
Neither of which are entirely a problem for me, and neither of which are necessarily appealing to me at the moment. But I'll keep that in mind.
Please do. And then, can I give him a peck on the cheek?
And
then
certainly,
leave.
it depends on whether he is trying to dodge it or not.
Nope.
You see, you see as Mercy kind of leans in and drops a quick kiss on the cheek and kind of then walks away as you guys kind of separate. At this point now, 2 days later, you guys have made your way down river into a small village called Fora. As you guys kind of step off for a second, the captain lets you know that he's going to see how long it may need to take. Your course is further inland to a town called Delrian, which is apparently a decently large city. He lets you know that his goddaughter went from Delrian seeking the capital of Valerian, but he doesn't know. He hasn't heard from her in probably a month at this point, as she's been chasing after a friend of hers, apparently. Valerian, though, as he tells you, as some of you may know, just based on your general historical knowledge, it is the capital city of Valaran, but nobody knows where it is. It's hidden somewhere deep within the forest, but they keep it a very close-knit secret. So you get the sense that finding it might take a little bit of work and a little bit of digging once you reach Delrian. As he disembarks for a second to go speak with the people here in Fora, he is told, he returns and tells you that it sounds like you guys are being held there for at least a day for inspection before you can travel further inland. As he kind of brings you, he calls you all together to the top of the deck. He says, well, I can't say this is entirely unusual. We've been stopped once before. They're not letting a lot of trade happen. I told him we've got some important stuff, and he seems to be willing to let us through, but they're wanting to double-check things and send a message to the capital to make sure that they indeed are expecting said shipment. So, at this point, if you all would care, you can certainly stay on the ship, or if you care to spend the night somewhere in town, or if you need to do anything, it's fort is not huge, but they probably have a few small amenities that may be a nice change of pace from the ship itself. So just make sure you're back in the morning before midday. And he kind of gives you guys a nod and goes back up to his main quarters in the cabin, the captain's quarters up above. Leaving the 5 of you kind of standing on the ship as you see the crew. A lot of the crew disembarks and gets off the ship, going their various directions. A few of them very clearly going to find companionship. Others maybe just interested in food. Killy seems to just, at this moment, just be kind of in the crow's nest looking around when she slides down and says, well, the forest looks really cool, so I'm gonna go just talk to the elves. I don't get to talk very much. We've come through like twice before, but they're just so fascinating. And she just kind of heads her way off into town as well. What are the 5 of you guys doing?
I'm gonna climb up. Can I climb up to the crow's nest? Just to like feel a breeze on my face and just kind of like find a way to sit up there, like on that little platform, dangle my feet over the edge or something, and just close my eyes and reflect.
Easy enough.
I'm gonna pull Bate aside.
Okay.
Bate, I'm sorry if I've been cold the last several days. I just needed to think.
Think.
The first part cut off. I'm sorry.
And what do you think?
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. I know that you went and talked to Mercy after the incident, murder on the boat. And I'm sorry I didn't come to you sooner, but I would be very curious to know what was said and what your thoughts are.
I don't know. He said he was fine, but he couldn't put it down. He hasn't been himself. But then when I talk to him, it's like he wanted to be upset, but he couldn't. But he seemed like himself when I talked to him. It's very conflicting for me when I can't believe he would do that. I can't believe he would just he's the one that was talking to me about trying to be a good person, about not just burning anything in my way, and I don't know what to do. And I don't know what to believe. It seems like in moments he has control and others he has none. I don't know what that sword's doing to him, but whatever it is, I feel like it's getting stronger.
I think you're right. But that gives us hope. That gives us promise that Mercy, the one we know, is still there somewhere. I don't know if that excuses him, but the Mercy that I met, not even that long ago, but the Mercy I met would never have done such a thing. And if there's some piece of him,
weeks, though. That's what's making me crazy. Is we've only known each other a few weeks. How how are we making these judgments off of a few weeks? I tried to get him to tell me about his mom and why she would possibly be sending thugs after him, and I just...
Bate, I don't think that I have to tell you that sometimes someone's past can be problematic.
Except I've been completely honest with all of you. And I still know next to nothing about almost all of you.
You've been as honest as you can be, and if this sword is as powerful as it seems to be, and maybe he's being as honest as he can be. You said there was something of him still there, like he was fighting for control or something, which means that there may be a part of Mercy that doesn't want this, that doesn't want this path. And if we can pull him back, then I think we owe it to him, not just as a friend, but as a person, to try.
It's hard for me to reconcile. Either action feels like a betrayal.
How so?
Taking the sword from him that he has grown so attached to, true it's because of a curse, or helping him in whatever this quest is with the sword, but it's obviously...
You're saying we should show loyalty to a curse?
I'm saying we should figure out how to break the curse, but I don't know how to get anything done without showing loyalty to him.
We show loyalty to him, the real him. And while he's under this curse,
the real him, he's not the real him.
He's not the real.
At
of
least
course
the
not,
one we've
Bate.
known.
That's the point.
But we can't even talk to him. We cannot even be honest with him. Anything against the sword, anything at all, is a detriment. It's a slight. It's.
Of course, it's cursed. It has sway.
There's no reasoning.
I'm not saying that we reason with him. If I felt that reason would break a curse, I'd have tried it 2 weeks ago. But
well, I would have appreciated you not screaming at him when I sent you a mind bullet trying to tell you that.
I wasn't trying to reason with him. I wasn't trying to get him to undo a thing he'd already done.
What were you trying to do then?
Nothing. I wasn't trying to do anything. I was angry, so I was angry.
You can be angry, but you have to be smarter about it, especially with this curse. If he goes against us,
or
he
what?
will leave.
He attacks me and I kill him?
Is that what you want? If you could have
That
been
is
a little
one
bit
way of
smarter with what you
taking
said.
evil out. And what did you do? Stand there?
I tried
Watch
to
him?
talk to him.
Do nothing?
I tried to talk to him.
So
I
you're
tried
telling
to get
me
him
not to reason with him, and then immediately you what? Went and reasoned with him? What is it you mean?
You can talk to him without going against the sword. You can still try to bring him out, but you have to take into account that the sword is in his ear. You have to take into account that the curse is nonstop. It's not leaving him. And anything we do against that is going to hurt us in our quest to separate him from it.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. I'm not saying we walk up to Mercy and say, hey, Mercy, let's get that curse off of you. I don't believe I said that. I said we are going to do what we need to do to save him.
I want to save him, but I don't know if I trust your actions. You didn't tell any of us what you were doing when you tried to get Brysa into that crate. If you want to work as a group, we can work as a group, but we need to be a group. We need to talk about what we're doing, and we need to work together. It can't be I'm just going to do what I feel like doing and hope that y'all figure out what you're doing. I want to help him, and I'm going to need help. And if you want to help him, you're going to need help. But we can't do it on our own.
That's why I'm talking to you, Bate. That's why I'm here.
3 days later, 2 days later.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I had to take some time to think. If you want to be high and mighty and judgmental, go and talk to Dragathiel, because she's got a great god who can help you out. If you want to get something done, have a conversation with me.
I don't know how to get anything
Put aside
done.
your judgment. You don't know how to get anything done, and yet you tell me not to do things. So you can be
What
on
did I tell you not
on
to
the
do?
team
All I
or
did
not.
was ask you to work as a team.
I don't know what you want. Work as a team, but I don't know what to do. I do something. It's the wrong thing. I don't know why I'm having this conversation. I don't know why I'm having this conversation. I just wanted to know what you said. I just wanted to know what you said. I don't need your judgment.
Why do you
I don't
think I'm
need your
judging
guidance. I don't need your advice. I do need your help. So we can work together, or you can tell me that everything I've done so far is wrong. This isn't even about you. This is about him.
Just talk to me about what you're planning to do and try to discuss it with Dragathiel as well, so we can work together to help Mercy.
We're going to have to get him to someone extremely powerful who can break this curse, whether he likes it or not. Though I can't see any other way. If he gets the vengeance on who or whatever this sword wants, there's no telling what's going to happen, or how long it will take, or how far he'll descend into this madness.
I feel like this sword wants vengeance on anything and anyone. I don't feel like it's going in a direction other than any vengeance on anyone, considering what he just did.
Maybe. That's the closest thing to a plan I have.
Do you know anyone strong enough to remove the curse, or anyone strong enough that we could get him to, under the guise of helping me get my memory back?
Well, back in Aurora, the Maester at Tyrm said that the Archmaester back at White Rock might have been able to do something, but obviously we're far away from there. But somebody of that stature or power, of course, there are restoration spells as well. That somebody of that strength of faith might be able to cast, and maybe that's our ticket. Maybe that's our foot in the door. Going to the temple to get your memory restored, but in reality, I mean, really, why not both? But certainly for the intention of separating him from the sword.
But any mention of that will set him against us.
I understand
we have
that.
to be very careful.
Agreed.
So, as this conversation comes to a close, Dragathiel, are you doing anything? Alistair, Mercy, are you guys doing anything? I assume they're on the ship. You guys are in port at least for a day. At least this one. kind of pulled up on the side of the river here. This very large ship next to a dock that barely fits it.
I'm gonna disembark. Like come down, having been up there for a little bit, and see if I can just go find a bar.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's a bar.
I'm going to go to that bar.
Okay.
I'm also going to that bar.
Okay.
Only to try and kind of listen around and see if I can maybe catch someone that seems to know their way around and see if we can find any information out about what was it, Valerian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, sure. And Dergathiel, as the ship has made its way further and further into the forest, you've noticed just at first you thought it was nothing, but as closer and deeper you get in, you almost feel like just a little bit of like almost like occasionally like your earring just kind of hums. You're not sure what it is yet, but as the days have gone by, it feels like it's reacting to something in the forest, and you're not sure what. So as you kind of make your way to the bar and you're kind of looking around, asking around for people, you do see Mercy kind of like hunched over with a mug, sitting there. And as you're just noticing in there, the two of you both hear a ruckus, a lot of screaming going on outside, as suddenly someone bursts in yelling, "This trolls!" And at this point, like, you see he just kind of like falls over, collapses.
Trolls in the dungeon.
I'm glad.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
You should know.
Just
thought you should know. Oh, you should know.
I'm glad you guys caught the reference.
Fucking nerdy.
As he falls
Harry
and
Potter
faints.
is like the most popular fantasy series of the last 25 years. We're not that nerdy.
And with that, we'll pick up with that next episode, as you guys hear shouting and screaming outside and people running.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Not again.
Yes. Yes. Again. So, thank you everybody so much for playing. Thank you everybody for watching.